didn't forget. Thanks. All right. Yes, no, perfectly. In fact, you will find that even though the task required you to build a concept and carry it through from the lower order to the higher order, you do find that you might have to, even though it's the same topic, you might have to tweak it a bit and bring in other related aspects of the topic to build in at that higher order level. So I quite understand, quite get it. I mean, even when we were doing the end of term exams, we had to make sure that questions did not give away answers as we continue to build at the higher level. So we quite get what you're saying, Tracy. That's perfectly understood, and that one would have expected that you try to bring in other aspects of the same topic, but just building at the higher level. But quite understood. Okay, Linton, welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. All right. Yeah, so go ahead then, Tracy. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, okay. Did that make sense to what I just said? That, in fact, yeah.
And I kept fighting with it because I wanted to see if I could get to. I really wanted to do classification. I went and looked at old exam papers, and I realized that I couldn't do it with just one topic. I mean, right. I could have explored other topics, but I was trying to think of a way, like for, an end of topic, not topic, but like a midterm exam, as opposed to an exam that did many subjects. So I was trying to just do one topic, but I don't know. Is it possible to do that, you think?
It gets tricky, but what I find is that at the higher level, because of the nature of application and transferring knowledge and building, I find it's almost inevitable that at the higher order thinking skills, you would almost have to pull on some other related concepts to be able to ask such questions, because of the nature of it. It's application, it's saying, it's putting this concept in a new context, and oftentimes it's almost interrelated concepts. So for biology, which I teach, once I'm stepping up, I look at things that are related. So if respiration is somehow I can relate it to digestion, then I'm going to see, can they transfer some of that information and see how they're related, because that's part of the analysis now, breaking things apart and see how they're related. So really going up to the higher levels, you almost inevitably would have to kind of bring some other impeding or related concepts to be able to pull it off effectively. Not that it couldn't be done by itself, but almost inevitably you're probably going to call on some other, related concepts.
Okay, thank you. I didn't push it. I was trying to find a way to do it.
Sure.
I could have done it the other way, but I like to challenge myself. But
right.
Good time to challenge
myself. And I'm sure there would have been a way. Just let's hear what you have, and let's see how we can see if we can build on that. So let's hear what you have.
Okay, I have 7 different versions in my attempt. So I started off with what are the 5 major groups of vertebrates, and then they had to just list them.
Right.
And then my second question was explain the 3 features used to distinguish these groups.
Okay.
And then I started going backwards after that. And then for application, I said choose your favorite animal, and then part 1 of it was choose what group it is in. Part 2 was using the 3 separating features to demonstrate why you have chosen to put it in that group.
Very good. Mm-hmm.
And then it all fell apart. I could almost skip 4, like the what was that? The analysis, and then I went to whatever the 5th question is. I don't have the copy in front of me. I went describe how you would use these factors to ID an unknown animal, and then I went to the 6th question to say write a key.
Okay.
And I hadn't quite gotten that because I missed out the 4th one. I couldn't get the 4th. I don't have my PowerPoint. Whatever the 4th part of the question was, I couldn't get to fit in.
Okay, well, I think you did very well. I mean, that shows a progression. You move from the very knowledge or simple recall. What are the 5? I was trying to write them down. What are the 5? What again? groups
Before
of
I made
classification.
the vertebrates.
Right, groups of vertebrates. Then you went on to explain what these features were. And I like the
Yeah.
part about now having understood that, choose an animal and determine how does it fit. That's great. That is now, they have to now make comparisons. This is my favorite animal, let's say my little kitty. How does it now fit into any one of these groupings? So they had to compare and contrast. So that's part of the analysis, breaking things down. Then to take it to the next level, which I think you did very well, describe an unknown. So they're now given an unknown and they have to know again, do that kind of parsing, breaking apart. How does it compare? What does it, that's a lot of um, observations, investigations, comparisons, and then to create a key that now is creating something. So they have done an evaluation and then they're now doing a synthesis, creating something out of all that they have known. So I think I can throw it out to everybody what they think, but I think, Tracy, that you did very well in going through all of the taxonomic levels, the cognitive taxonomic levels of that Bloom suggests we could use in writing our objectives. But thank you very much. I think it didn't fall apart at all. It came very well together, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yes. Anybody else would like to have a say on what Tracy just shared? What do you think of what Tracy shared?
I think it was very good. I think it's very good, especially the unknown animal. Probably one of the things that
Yes.
should have the critical thinking and have to put it, see it and visualize and use all his senses. I think it's very, very good.
Very good. Right. Thank you. All right. So Tracy, you have your questions ready for next year, next school year. Okay. Anyone else would like to know, share what questions they came up with?
Well, I can go ahead quickly.
Yes. Thank you.
My topic was artificial insemination, and I had them to define the term artificial insemination. That's for the knowledge in terms of comprehension. Explain why you think AI is important to animal producers. In terms of application, do you think that AI can only be used by animal producers? If no or yes, briefly state one reason why. Analysis. Based on your understanding of AI, do you think farmers should use the natural breeding process versus AI? Synthesis. What do you think are two advantages of using AI in cows? Evaluation. I said, consider the following scenario, then justify your answer. Farmer Vanessa has 1,000 head of cows, while Farmer Tracy has 10 heads. Based on the information above, which of these farmers would you recommend AI as most advantageous, and give reasons why?
Okay. You should put in a disclaimer that these characters have nothing to do with the members of
Yes.
All right. Tell me again, you said synthesis. Give me the synthesis question again.
What do you think are two disadvantages of using AI in cows? So based on whatever you had it, you can give two disadvantages. I'm not sure of that, but that's what I thought of in terms of synthesis. Because you have to use information and then come up with something.
Right. But I think synthesis really means like creating, understand what you're saying. They had to look based on what AI is all about and then determine if it is suitable, for using codes. But I'm not quite sure if that would be classified as synthesis. I think synthesis is where, based on the information, yes, they're creating something, but they're really creating something new or building on the information that they have been given. So a question like that sounds more like they're still making comparisons. They have to know. That's more like analysis, I think, an evaluation. That more sounds like an evaluative question because they would have to know, determine the suitability, make a judgment. Because remember, to evaluate is to make a judgment, So I think that would be of an evaluative question where they have to make a judgment. How would AI artificial insemination, not artificial intelligence. Anytime I hear AI, I think of artificial intelligence. How would artificial insemination be suitable for cows, or what would be the advantages? To me, that would be more of an evaluative type question. I don't know how you view it now that I've said that.
Yes, I see. I can see. But what would you think would be a synthesis question for that? Because, like Tracy, I think we are having difficulties. Imagine that really, separating it and coming
Right.
up with, as you go down for each level.
Right.
So what would you think would be a synthesis question for that area?
What are the features that they say are the typical types of stems that they say are related to synthesis? Do you have your handout with you? I didn't bring mine today for the Bloom's taxonomy. Do you have it with you electronically, or well, I guess it would be electronically. Let me see if I can just bring it up myself. I'm bringing it up. Oops, kind of lost it there. Right, so for Bloom's, we notice that it says for synthesis, it's constructing, it's making, it's planning, it's devising. So just like how you use that scenario about the farmer Tracy and farmer Vanessa, something where they would have to either plan or organize maybe a farmer's show, where they have to plan something where artificial insemination would be somehow be incorporated, because we can't ask them to the level that we have to use. It has to be something that is doable. So we can't ask them to create or invent, or design something that is out of their reach. So you'd have to think about something how can they plan or organize or show that, having understood artificial insemination, its advantages, disadvantages, how can they plan something or create something, implement something based on that? I'm not able to wrap my head around it right away, because it's not a familiar area for me. But suppose they were to
I'm thinking maybe if they themselves if they're themselves a farmer and producer, how would they go about doing the process themselves, or something like that, like actually doing the process, or give a demonstration? I don't know.
Right. It has to be something where they're going to be. Go again.
How would they explain the process, maybe to a novice or
right
somebody?
or conduct a workshop. You could tell them that they're hosting a workshop, and their farmers coming in, they would have to know find a way to explain this complex thing to them in another way, something like that. So they have to think about what it is, and how can I know bring this across to farmers who might not necessarily understand the technical terms, but will still be able to benefit from it. So yes, that's a good way. So it takes some time. It takes some time to really immediately identify questions that we can ask at the higher order. We're so used to explain, describe, define, give a reason for, and those are good. They build. They're good foundations. It's important for students to be able to answer those questions. Don't ever get me wrong that I'm thinking those questions are irrelevant. They help the students to build on their knowledge, and it's important for them to have a good foundation or good base. But once you start to want to get them to think critically, analytically, evaluatively, and create things, that's what's going to help our nations. We want persons thinking like that. All right, welcome Vanessa in living color. We saw your note earlier. Welcome. He's calmed down now.
On the screen helped.
Oh, all right. Welcome. Is our youngest student ever. Ah, all right. So who would like to take another shot now? Oh, two younger ones. Welcome.
Well, I'll go next.
Okay.
As they're actually being quiet right now. He was having a meltdown because she wouldn't let him play with her princess backpack.
Okay. He was defending.
So I'm doing genetics, and my knowledge question is to name the stages of meiosis. For comprehension, briefly explain each of the stages. Application, how does this impact inheritance? So I'd be looking for something about independent assortment. Analysis, how does this impact our understanding of monohybrid inheritance? Synthesis, recreate using a Punnett square Mendel's experiment with flower color. And evaluation, what do you think the effect would be? The effect would be on the results if purple did not show complete dominance.
Repeat the last one, the evaluation one. What would be the
effect on the results if purple did not show complete dominance?
Oh, okay, okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. Again, you can see the hierarchy building from, as you said, knowledge, name, then you went on to comprehension, explain, analysis, or application, how does it impact, then recreate up through a Punnett square. And I like the evaluative question because they had to be thinking about it now, having had all of that foundation. What if? And that's exactly what an evaluative question would be like. What if? Suppose. Put yourself in the place of. Questions like that would have to get them to think about, okay, what do I know and what is being asked, and what do I know help me to be able to put myself in this new environment, new situation. Very good. Thank you very much, Vanessa. All right. Let's hear from the men. I've got 3 ladies going so far. Linton.
Okay, well, I was looking at like a plant. So I was looking at propagating and care of tomato production. So my knowledge question is how are tomato plants propagated? For my comprehension, I had like explain why the seeds are not propagated directly in the soil. For application, I also have at what stages are tomatoes harvested for marketing. So I expect they'll tell me like in the mature green stage and that different kind of thing. For analysis, I have name a disease in tomato and how is it controlled. So I'll expect them to tell me something that is common is like blossom end rot, like B, and they will tell me, well, and it is lacking of calcium or something like that sort in the soil. So that would be my analysis. For synthesis, I have suggest 2 advantages that may be gained by propagating tomato asexually. So therefore they could analyze the whole situation and then they will come up with that thing. And for the final one, which is the evaluation, at what time is best for transplanting tomato? So I expect them to tell me, well, early in the morning or late in the evening.
Okay. All right. So it's about propagation of tomato, tomato plants. So how are tomato plants propagated? Explain why they're not propagated directly. That would be your comprehension. At what stages are they to be harvested? You said that would have been your analysis? Application, sorry. Right, Linton? I'm seeking confirmation from you, Linton.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then name a disease and how it is controlled. That would be your analysis?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's look back again on some of those for the analysis. It says, because do you think that name a disease and how it is controlled is somehow addressing an analysis type response or more of a knowledge base? Because to name a disease, what would I have to know or what would I have to put into my thinking to come up with the name of a disease? and how it is controlled? What would I need? What am I analyzing to arrive at an answer for that question? What kind of so for analysis it says comparing, finding, organizing, outlining, integrating, structuring. I'm just asking, what am I doing in terms of those things that would assist me in answering for that question?
Somehow I was thinking of like integrating it, because blossom end rot is a disease that you'll find in basically all tomato plants. So since they would actually see it, because it's something that you'd see at the bottom of the tomato, then I guess, well, then they would be able to analyze and then come up with an answer to it.
What are they analyzing? That's what I'm trying to understand. What are they analyzing to come up with that answer? Because I'm not quite sure if I see that question, name a disease. That sounds like recall. Name a disease that affects tomato. What do you say, Ava?
That's knowledge, recalling.
Right.
I also took that. Yes, I took that, the analysis and the evaluation question. I think, I'm not sure if you wrote that down, but sorry, Linton, but I think that's recall, because you have to just remember the name and then look at the sentence. Recall. Maybe if you had phrased it a different way, I'm thinking it would have been maybe the best way to control diseases, which is the best method, and do like a comparison or something. But I'm thinking that would be a recall question, because you just have to know the disease. There's no thinking really going into that. It's like a recall. That's just my 2 pieces.
And then some. Right. Jason, what do you think? Let me get somebody else to articulate about what Linton's that question about name a disease and how it is controlled as an example of an analytical question.
What was the other question before that? The application was when is harvest?
At what stages, Linton, you can correct me if I'll try to write it down. At what stages are tomato plants to be harvested? That was a question before. And then name a disease that affects tomato and how that disease can be controlled as the analysis.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking maybe he could have done like a follow-up question to the harvesting, like to say what aspect of the tomato makes it ready to be, or describe it, and an aspect of the tomato that makes it ready for harvest or something like that.
Okay.
Like there's different reasons why the tomato would be ready. So I'm trying to think, like, ask a question that would get the student to break that down and maybe just discuss and explain one aspect. I don't know. That's my thinking.
Well, that's one possible route. But in terms of the disease, and thanks, Jason. That's one possible route. You're trying to build on the question before. But he's been talking about the disease, and the disease is a good area. But how can we turn this more into an analysis question? As Ava is suggesting, that same area, but just trying to get them to, because analysis is where they have to compare, integrate, put things into place. I don't know if Linton, if you're agreeing with us, but I think, as Ava said, naming a disease and how it's controlled sounds more like the knowledge comprehension stage, So maybe if you were to describe some symptoms of diseases or something like that, where they said that.
From Bermuda?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Like, if you were to give examples of the symptoms of the disease, and then the students can come up with an idea on how to control it through the description of whatever case study that Linton would write, rather than having to say the name. Maybe you even give the name, but then they come up with the ways on how to propagate it, or I don't know the correct terms, how to better grow so that it doesn't isn't subject to the disease.
Right. Well, that's a very good example. That's a very good suggestion. Because the truth is, some of these questions as Tracy and Ava, they're from their experiences earlier on, they're building on the knowledge. But you find that it's going to take a little bit more of a challenge to try and tweak the basic information and try and get more from it out of the students. So a suggestion like that, you're giving them some information, but you want to know, do they really understand what is being asked, or what is going on? So giving them some symptoms, asking them to identify maybe what's the name of the disease or what could be the possible cause of it, and then how can they go about, as then you said, Linton, controlling it. But I think that's a good suggestion there. All right. And at what times is best to transplant tomatoes? Again, I think that question might need some transformation to really bring it to an evaluative question. I know you're asking based on what would be their judgment. What would they use as a basis of judgment to determine what time is best? But I think you need to give it a little bit more so that they can think a little deeper on it. Maybe say that a farmer was about to transplant in April or whatever. You give a scenario, and then now you say, what advice would you give him for? And so they'd have to look at what the man was doing, and then link it to what they already know is the ideal situation, and then give some advice. So they have to make a judgment that way. So it's almost as if, pardon me, don't throw stones. I know it's a science class, but it's almost as if when it comes to those levels, you're building almost like stories or vignettes or scenarios so that the students can think a little deeper on it. If you notice, oftentimes when you look at past paper questions that are geared at the higher order, it's always some kind of little scenario, a synopsis of something, because you're giving them something to kind of make a judgment about or evaluate, and then demonstrate their knowledge. Thanks, Linton. Great. So Samuel, Ashley, Jason.
Yes. You want to go in that order?
Oh, no. I was just shouting out, saying that you were the three left.
Okay.
As you know, nutrition.
Right.
Focusing on nutrition.
Right.
And for my first question, I asked, how many macronutrients are there? Then I went on and I said, write a brief outline of how they are digested in the human body. Then I went on to ask, from the case study above, just like, I didn't really make a case study, but,
right.
hypothetically speaking,
right.
From the case study above, explain how the components of the meal would be digested in the alimentary canal, including mechanical and chemical digestion. Then I went on to the next question. I said, read the case study above. Every time Regina eats things like avocados, French fries, she has gastrointestinal discomforts. Explain what you see as a possible problem or issue as to why this may be happening. Then I go on to the next question. I said, what medical nutrition therapy would you recommend for Regina? Then the final question, I said, design a meal plan for Regina that includes a list of risk foods and daily recommended intakes of macronutrients given her anthropometrics.
Given her what?
Anthropometrics.
Sorry, I'm lost there. What's that?
Like weight, height.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Weight and height.
Oh, weight and height, sorry. Oh, biometrics. Did you say biometrics?
Anthropometrics.
Oh, okay. Weight and height. All right. So, nutrition. How many macronutrients? How are they digested? I noticed you use case study. Very good tool to bring questions out at the higher order. What medical what was that question supposed to be related? What medical
what medical nutritional therapy would you recommend for Regina?
Okay. And this would have been at what level?
That is at the synthesis.
What medical nutrition? Is it that there are known therapies and they just choose one?
Yeah, there's like if she's having certain symptoms, then they can deduce that maybe, this organ isn't working or producing bile or something like that. Like, because I said things like French fries and avocado, those are very fatty foods. So they can deduce something about that and come to a conclusion given the symptoms in the case study. And you know what I mean?
Right. But my question is it that there are known therapies out there, and based on what they have observed, they're going to identify a therapy that would assist Regina?
Yes.
Okay. Would you go?
Because there's, like, when you learn about the different deficiencies or different, like, issues that are happening for, like, gastrointestinal distress, then there's like so many things that could be happening. So with the symptom, you can kind of like rule it out. And so that's what medical nutrition therapy is like all about. Like, basically you know what's happening because of the symptoms, and from the symptoms you treat the symptoms.
And that was supposed to be a synthesis question?
Yeah, a synthesis was, that was a synthesis question to produce, I guess, some kind of, like, medical nutrition therapy is, you have to have, you write a specific report. So you have the symptoms, and then you make a plan to treat the symptoms. You know what I mean?
Okay, right. I now understand, because I didn't quite see the synthesis part of it, but I realized they're actually writing the therapy. They're suggesting how it could be. Okay, I see. They're building something. Because to me, designing a meal plan was also a synthesis question, because they're creating something, they're producing something. So to me, both, I understand now. The medicinal nutritional therapy that they will derive, they're actually making it. They're creating it. And I'm thinking that it's similar to designing a meal plan is a same kind of synthetic product. They have to produce something.
I guess they're like predicting, like, foods that that she should avoid or prioritizing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I figured that the last question was a little bit more conclusive to the case, rather than just the medical nutritional therapy. It's kind of more not justifying, I guess, deciding what and concluding what she can eat.
Right.
And prioritizing things that she should not be.
Okay, so based on what you just said then, it sounds like the designing the meal plan will be more synthesis, and what medicinal nutritional therapy will be more evaluative, because they have to make a judgment based on all that they have been given to determine what would be the best way forward for her. Because for evaluating, it says things like, what changes would you recommend? How effective? What were the consequences of? What are the pros and the cons? And what are the alternatives? So when you think of those types of expression in questions to bring out an evaluative type question, then I think what medicinal nutritional therapy would be used sounds like that's more of the evaluative type question based on how you described it. And then designing a meal plan would be the synthesis, because they're producing something based on everything. They're putting everything together, as you said, and then now they're bringing a conclusion, and they're producing something in the end. So I think that that was a very good progression of questions. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so who's going next?
Yes, Samuel.
Yes, Samuel.
Yes, the subject I choose is chemistry, and under chemistry, organic chemistry, and the subtopic will be hydrocarbon.
Okay, fire away.
So, please, if I have to any explanation, I should please let me know. Yes, hydrocarbon. So under knowledge, I choose define the term define under knowledge. And it is the question will be define the term hydrocarbon. So that is under knowledge. The next is comprehension. Under comprehension, I choose explain, the term explain. And the question will be explain why ethane is different from ethane. Ethane and ethane, I'm just explaining now. Ethane and ethane is like, they are the branches of families under hydrocarbon. So like if they can define hydrocarbon, then they should have the knowledge of the families that comes under hydrocarbon. So under the families of hydrocarbons, which are alkane, alkane, and alkyne, I choose two members. So I choose a member from alkane, which is ethane, and a member from alkane, which is ethane. So compression explain why ethane is different from ethane.
Right.
So application, the term I choose on the application is show. Now, and the question reads, how will you show that an unknown hydrocarbon is saturated? How will you show that an unknown hydrocarbon is saturated? So the student have to have the knowledge that the families, for example, alkane family, they are saturated, while alkane and alkyne family, they are unsaturated, because alkane family, they only have one bond in their family, while alkane and alkyne, they have two and triple bonds. So the student should be able to apply the knowledge of the family for the application to show how unknown hydrocarbon will be saturated. All the student have to explain is, in alkyl family, they have single bond, they are saturated because all the bonds in them are used already. While in alkene and alkyne, because of the double and triple, they can spare one of the bond they have there. So I'm moving on. Analysis, I'm using the term distinguish. That's the term I'm using in the analysis. So the question is distinguish between thermal and catalytic cracking. In that is just, again, is to break down large hydrocarbon. To break them down, there are two methods you can use. Cracking is just the method of breaking down large hydrocarbon into small ones. So from the knowledge, again, the student is able to differentiate the difference between the two methods you can use to break down the hydrocarbon. So that is about analysis. And I'm now moving to synthesis. Under that, I'm using the term design. And the question reads, design an experiment to investigate the effect of catalyst on hydration of ethane. Design an experiment to investigate the effect of catalyst on hydration of ethane. Again, ethane belongs to the family or homologous series. That's what we use generally. Homologous series called alkane. So in that, now the student have to have the knowledge of how the various members of alkane normally react, and what will be the effect of catalyst. Normally, the catalyst will make the reaction move faster, because anytime you use a catalyst to make the reaction, instead of 1 hour, in 20 seconds, you get your product. So that's about that. And evaluation, I'm using justify. That's the term I'm using to ask question. So in that, now it is, ethane can change the color of bromine solution from red to colorless, whereas ethane does not. Justify your answer.
What's the question? Just troubling you.
I say ethane changes the color of bromine solution from red to colorless, whereas ethane does not. Justify your answer. So they have to make a judgment based on what they know about hydrocarbon, the families, and all that.
Okay. I see Ava looking like she wants to make a comment here, but let me just go through this. Okay, so define the term hydrocarbon. Explain. Explain why one is different from the other in terms of two families.
Yes, I choose a member.
Right. Yeah, man. And then how will you show application? How will you show? To me, the term show or demonstrate, I know you said that you're looking for an understanding of the double bond versus triple bond and ability to form new bonds, you know, whether they're filled to capacity or not. Um, I've always seen this expression show. To me, show means more like through an experimentation. But I understand how the question is phrased, especially for CSIC. I've seen that, but sometimes I myself just have a little concern, because to me, when it says how would you show, demonstrate, do you expect them to explain an experiment that they could carry out? I'm not necessarily doing the experiment, but do you expect them to say, if you add this to this, this will happen. But if you add this to this, this will happen. Do you expect that to be coming out in an answer to a question like that?
It's
Not
possible.
really. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's possible.
Right, right. Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? To show to me would mean not just simply saying one would be double, one would be triple. For that, I'm not quite sure if show is a good you know, verb there. But I get the application, because they would have to know, having understood both of them, they would have to know, make a comparison between them. Distinguish between the two different methods of breaking down hydrocarbon, so they would have to know which ones would be best suited for whatever. Okay, synthesis, design, and experiment, right? So they're creating something, they're making something based on what they know about hydrocarbons. How would they investigate the effect of a catalyst? Is that right? Chemistry is my weakest.
Yes, you're right, because in that it's going to test their knowledge of the reaction of each family, how they react.
Right,
and
right.
also they have to know the effect of catalyst, which is a general term that whenever you use a catalyst, it will make it fast, and that's just it. But they have to know how the families normally react generally before they can know the effect of catalyst
Right.
on the reaction itself.
Right, so that's a double component question there. All right. And then evaluating now, it's comparing. Oh yes, so something happens with a color, something happens with another color, and then they have to justify, explain. Tell me about the justify. I'm not quite sure if I get that part though, because they're observing these things, color change, and then I know you expect them to explain what the color change means. That's what you're asking. But how is that an evaluative sorry, question? Not getting that
Okay.
part.
Okay. Yes. What comes to mind is that they have to know why the ethane will make the bromine to change color, and they have to know why the ethane will not affect the color of bromine, because the color of bromine will stay in ethane. That is one family in another family. So they have to talk about the type of reaction that will take place. So in that now, like they have to justify, because that statement is a correct statement, but they have to now justify why that statement is true. So they have to talk about reaction that will take place, a slow decolorization and if a rapid decolorization of the two different members that's listed there.
So why is it not an analysis question? I don't know. Anybody else? What do you think? Do you think it's more of an analysis question? Because this comparison, comparing between two, always tend to me. But once you ask to distinguish, differentiate, compare, contrast, that's kind of an analysis type question. The judgment or the evaluation would be more like, if given a choice of two hydrocarbons, which one would you choose to do something to carry out a reaction? And then they would have to make, as you said, a judgment then to determine, okay, this will be the best choice because da 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 da. I don't know if I'm explaining myself, but for me, a question like that still seems to be not quite evaluative, because to justify an answer is, to me, is just simply explain. I mean, justification is just simply another word to say explain, to me, in this context. So it seems to me that it's still because of the comparison, an analytical question and a synthesis sorry, an evaluation would probably ask, you're given the two scenarios, but like build on it to say which of the two hydrocarbons would you use to do something, to carry out a test or something, 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 something. You know, I can't quite wrap my head around it, but that's, as Ava would say, that's my 2 bits on it. I don't know if anybody else have 4 bits to add.
I have a question. Could you use what Samuel was, that experiment that he was doing, but could you say if you add an unknown substance to bromine, my chemistry's not that good either, to bromine, and you get this color change, if you get this color change,
What would it mean?
Yeah,
right.
What would it mean?
Right,
would
right.
Would that be an evaluation?
Yeah, I think so. What do you think, Samuel?
Yes, I'm trying very careful to narrow it, everything to be under hydrocarbon. When you say unknown substance or unknown organic compound, it may be outside hydrocarbon. I make sure that all the questions are based on hydrocarbon, that is organic compound that contain carbon and hydrogen. So if I use organic, even if I use organic substance or any other term, they may go outside that topic. So I was trying to narrow it down to hydrocarbon alone.
Well, it could say an unknown hydrocarbon.
That was all I used on the application.
Oh, yes, right. How do you show an unknown hydrocarbon? Da, 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 da. Okay, all righty. All right, all right. Well, thanks, Samuel. Thanks, Samuel. All right, Jason.
I actually made a mistake when I did this assignment. I just put out, I guess, information that would be an example of each level. So I've tried to put them into questions. So let's see how it goes. But okay,
all
so
right.
My topic is, I guess, the carrying capacity, or it's environmental science. So anyway, okay, so the first question under remembering, what is the estimated carrying capacity of the Earth? So simple recall is estimated to be between 2 billion and 40 billion people. And then understanding, the understanding question is, explain why there is such a broad range of the estimated value for the carrying capacity. So that requires them to understand factors that influence carrying capacity, mainly being lifestyle or resource consumption, the degree of resource consumption. And so then the next question under applying is, if everyone on Earth consumed resources at the same rate as the average citizen of the United States, how many planet Earths would it take to sustain us? I don't know. There's definitely some more knowledge that's required that I guess I would have to supply that to them in some way. Such as, what is the estimated amount of space on the Earth that is used to sustain, is necessary to sustain a person, I guess, per person, something like that. I'm not sure about that, but anyway, okay, then analyzing the question is, explain how one aspect of the USA's resource consumption contributes to the previous question about. Sorry, I can hear somebody's mic still on. Sorry, it sounded like something was going on. Yeah, so explain how one aspect of the USA's resource consumption contributes to the fact that it will take however many Earths to sustain humanity if they consumed at the same rate as the United States. And then evaluating, I said, do you think people in countries where the majority of the world's resources are being consumed should live more sustainably? Explain why. And then for creating, I was thinking about this creating, maybe it's more of a recall question, but what I have is create a list of things people could do to live more sustainably.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Give me back the evaluative question again, do you think?
Do you think people in countries where the majority of the world's resources are being consumed should live more sustainably, and explain why?
Okay. Okay. All right. And then create a list of things that people could do to live longer. Sorry, your mic is muted, Jason.
Yeah, sorry.
That's
To
okay.
conserve resources, basically, I guess, to live more sustainably,
Oh, right.
to cause less damage to the environment, to ensure that future generations will have access to resources that they need, and things like that. So.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, I noticed everyone's stuck to their discipline. That's good. And here you are moving from straight recall. What is the estimated? Explain why, and then an application if ever one. And even that if ever one, that's a good way for them to kind of think about the information that they have and how can they apply it in an unknown situation or a different context. Explain how one aspect of the US consumption, so that's an analysis question because they have to know, make comparisons. And then do you think people, that's an evaluative question. Creating a list, yeah, I'm not so sure. Creating a list, I mean, it's something new. They're building something. It's not as if they're writing something that's already been given somewhere and they're just trying to recall it from memory. So in a way, I think it could work as a synthesis question because they just like creating a meal plan. Meal plans might have certain structures, but it's a novel thing. It's something new. So creating
Well, there are lists out there that I was thinking maybe I could like make it more specific to a specific situation, like maybe like in your life, based on the way that you use resources, you could create a list or something like that. I might need to make it more specific now. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, maybe if you draw it, so if they have to look on themselves, yeah, that would certainly put it to a different, bring it up a notch, so that they can look at what's happening in the world and what is what should be the ideal thing. So yes, if you ask them to look at themselves, that would certainly bring it to a different level. All right. Well, thank you very much. I know that it took some time to get through, but it's worth it because basically I want us to know, Jason had said something, and it rang in my ear even after the class ended when he said that Dr. Rainford was saying, don't overtest. And I know that these are questions, and you're thinking they're probably pencil and paper questions. They don't have to be. They can be questions that you use during your teaching face-to-face with your students. You can just simply ask for what we call classroom assessment. As you're teaching, you're engaging the students, you can just simply ask, why do you say that? Or explain. Give me an example. What if you were the head farmer or the CEO of such and such a company? What would you do in light of the pollution, blah, blah, blah? You can ask questions like these in an informal way without it being a pencil and paper. What we want you to do is to practice asking these questions before it reaches the pencil and paper time, so that in exams they're not blown over by this way of thinking that's being demanded of them. So even though you went through and we took the time, took an hour just to go through this process, I want you to be comfortable with identifying questions at the higher order, because oftentimes in the classroom setting we just ask at the lower order, but when it comes to a test, an exam, that's when we go for the higher order thinking skills and asking questions that would have to make them think. And I'm just encouraging us all that during our one-on-one interaction with the students in the classroom, throw out a couple of these questions, these types of higher order thinking questions. Don't just with the explain it. You don't have to do it all the time. You don't have to wait on an essay to be written. You just want them to be thinking about it. Spend 2 minutes and say that, give them for homework, come back. You're not collecting it, but you just want to get them to express themselves. All right, so in light of that, now we're going to dig into what it is that we want to look at today. And basically, if I were to ask a question myself, and here's my question, sometimes I bomb. I know I'm not a very good comedian, but what does a chair, a desk, a plastic bottle, and hair have in common? What does a chair, a desk, a plastic bottle, and hair on my head have in common? You're all going to hate me at the end of this.
Tell me, Dominica.
Yes, Samuel.
They are all no.
They're all.
No, part of a speech.
Oh, they're all nouns. Okay, alrighty, alrighty. Anybody else? Samuel will never know how close he is to that one. Well, I'm using.
I'm gonna go with their all concepts.
Tracy, you just blew the bubble. Oh my goodness. Yes, so we're doing conceptual change, and that's exactly what they are. They're all concepts. And there was a handout on Orvelli, Lang and Evans. And when I went into the folder, I realized that there were several Lang and Evans articles there. I didn't even realize that. But let me see if I can bring it up. So I'm going to share the screen. It's in Orvelli. It's one of the Langs and Evans models and strategies. Share screen. Oops. Let's see if we can. So it's chapter 9 on the Lang and Evans. And basically, a concept, here we go. What is a concept? Let me see if I can put this on the bottom so you can all see. Let me see if I can get it a little bigger. No? Don't get it bigger from, oh, get bigger from here. What is a concept? It says if we had to, we would tell someone what concrete objects such as desks, hats, and cups are. We could give understandable definitions of ideas such as friendships, democracy, dictatorship. We could define conferences or classes. Each is a concept. And basically it says that a concept is an idea. It's a mental construct. So if you can think it, it's a concept. We used to say when we were studying in undergrad, we used to say sleep is a concept. When it came on to exams, it wasn't a reality. It was just a concept. It wasn't something that we had time to do. But essentially, that's what we do. We teach concepts. Oh Lord, whether it's chemistry, physics, environmental sciences, nutrition, biochemistry, you name it, agricultural science, we're teaching lots and lots of concepts. And students come to us with their own ideas, as we all know. They come to us not as blank slates, as you might have learned in another course, but they come with their own ideas. And one of the challenges that we have as teachers is to somehow figure out what they know and try and meet them at an intersection, at a point where what they know might have some impact on what we want them to know, and somehow see if we can carry them across that bridge to understand the concepts that we are teaching them. So this idea about concepts and conceptual change is really trying to identify what do our students already know and how can we bridge that gap to get them to know what we know. Now there are times when we're doing a topic and we can't seem to find a connection. We can't find a platform or a level ground where everybody's on the same page. I found that out when students were asked at the primary level that write a story going to the beach. It was assumed that everyone had ever been to a beach. But what if you never did? What if you're not a reader? What if you have never read about anyone else going to the beach and you yourself have never been there? There's a disconnect. A student like that would find it difficult to write a story about going to the beach. And what we have to do sometimes as teachers, if we find that our students are not necessarily all have the same common experience that we can build on, we have to build that experience for them. You have to create for them a common experience in your classroom at the beginning that you can then use as your platform or launching pad to introduce, more on the concept that you want. Everybody understand that? All right. So, okay. I am going for the PowerPoint. Now, it's sent a PowerPoint. Did everyone see the PowerPoint? I know you might not have had the time to really look at it, so we're going to go through. Ashley, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Hi, where did you just access that? You said it was under Lang.
Oh, it was on Orvelli, and it was
Yes, under Lang and Evans.
right, right,
And chapter 9, you said.
that's correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, no problem. All right. So let's going to quickly go through the PowerPoint if I can find it. I'll get this done. So PowerPoint, that would be good. All right, so this is what we're supposed to be doing today. So what is meant by the term concept? What's your understanding of a conceptual change, and how do we go about to bring students' ideas to change and accept what we have? Now, I put in a link. Yes, I know that some things are already on Orvelli, but I thought that this one was something worth looking into. Can you see my screen? Oops. Everybody seeing this screen here?
Yes.
All right. So these were just some ideas. It says, for scientific perspective on living things, we talk about the characteristics of living things. They move, they grow, they respond to stimuli. But they say children, their own perspective or understanding of living things could be simply that they move or they grow. And for some persons, they might think that fire is a living thing because it moves. And that sometimes it gives off waste, which is a smoke, and it can grow, it gets bigger. So why is fire not a living thing? Sounds ridiculous, but you'll be surprised that students can come in with that kind of perception or conceptual idea. And the challenge is, how do you get them to let go of that concept and accept the scientific perspective? Here's another one. It says animals here, but I think this should be plants. It says, from the scientific perspective, plant is a producer. From a child's perspective, as far as they're concerned, it's something you grow in a garden. It's cultivated. It needs food and water, things like that. But at the same time, we want them to have a particular perspective. Same thing for electrical current. That is a flow of electrically charged particles. As far as a child is concerned, it's the flow of electric current that causes a light, a bulb to light up. And it continues and it continues. But the idea here that we want to look at is teaching for conceptual change. And it says, let me just give you some minutes instead of me reading that. If you can read it, can you read that clearly enough? All right, so let's spend another 5 minutes just reading that down to right there. Teaching for conceptual change.
I'm just seeing the PowerPoint.
The PowerPoint is up, not the article.
You're only seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes.
All right. Let me see.
But if you send it to us, we can read it. Is that what you desire?
It's in the PowerPoint. It's already in there. But let me just see if I can. Let me stop sharing that. And then share screen. Share this one. I think, yeah, that should be it now. Can you see that now? Teaching for conceptual change.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then. So let's spend 3 minutes just reading through that. Mhm. Are we through with that? Sorry. Are we through with that? Anyone still reading?
Yes, read done.
Okay. Samuel, finish?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes, I was reading the rest of it.
Sorry, come again?
I was just reading the rest of it after that. That's all.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Because I could see your eyes.
I had it up on my screen.
Okay, and I was watching your eyes. No, you're still reading. Okay. All right. Well, before we go there, if you notice, it's really talking about the, what do you call it now, collision of concepts, so to speak. And we kind of did something like this in border crossing, but we're not really talking about cultural impact now. It's just simply concept for concept or ideas for ideas. And they're saying that the only way a student is going to really accept some kind of new idea if somehow we can accept their perspective at the same time and see how we can challenge their perspective to allow them to hear the scientific version of it, so to speak. So the first ground rule for all teachers is to know, one, yes, know your students, but to two, know what your students know. What do your students know? So it had a 4-point thing here of how to change your ideas. That students will change your ideas if they're dissatisfied, if what you're telling them is intelligible, it's plausible, and if it's useful for new situations. So that's all about the analysis and the application. They suggest a model here, the generative learning model. We're not going to do that model. We're going to do another model, but there are some things from it that are important. So it says, using the GLM, a teacher ascertains students' ideas, expectations, and explanations prior to even beginning to teach. The teacher then provides a context for motivation that's related to the concept that they want to teach. So you kind of try and hook into it. Try and do something. Some teachers tell jokes. Some teachers do a cartoon flick. Anything to try and get them interested. The third thing now is to allow for this exchange of ideas. This is where the students get to express themselves in light of the information that they've been given. And then the fourth one, it says provides opportunities for students to use the new ideas. In other words, give them enough examples. Sorry, I went into my patois there. Give them a lot of examples and allow for them to do, several trials, so to speak, trial runs. There's something that I think you might have picked up, and it's a 4-letter word. In order for this to take place, it's going to take time. Time that Ava doesn't have. I'm just troubling Ava. Time that the syllabus doesn't allow us to necessarily have. And this is where we have to try and strike a balance. If we can get students hooked on learning and get them to appreciate the skills that you're teaching them, how to analyze, what to do with this information that they have received, how to compare and contrast, how to think about the information on their own, it will help you to move along a little quicker in the long term. But we have to build the skills in them as we're going along, especially from first form. I think if you teach first form, I think it's so important. Don't wait until fourth form to say, oh, that's when we're going to teach them how to observe and how to. There's simple things that we can do from grade 7. Ava, what grades level do you teach? Just grade 10 and 11 and up? Grade 10 up?
7 to 11.
Grade 7 to 11.
Yeah, they have me all over the place.
Welcome to the club. Samuel, what grades do you teach?
Grade 10 and 11.
Okay, upper school only. Linton? Linton gone. Linton will.
Grade 10, 11.
Oh, upper school. Okay. Tracy, as a lab technician, you're a lab technician for all grades. Is that right? Or
Yeah, all grades.
all grades. Okay. It's interesting that's you know, teachers teach from grade 7 to 11. It really does have your head going from simple to more complex matters, but it does give you an opportunity, I think, when you teach 7 and then somewhere in their grade 9 and 10 and 11, to kind of see the concepts being developed across those grades. But regardless of what grade level, the key thing is to spend time to build on these concepts. You can't do it all the time, especially by the time you reach grade 10 and grade 11 and you have a syllabus to complete and pressure reach you. But if we can get them to start thinking about thinking, metacognition they call it, thinking about thinking, then I think we would have, you know, started a good journey. All right, so this is in a PowerPoint, so you can always go through and read that a little more. So let me go back to the PowerPoint now. Okay. So where am I? PowerPoint. Which one? Oh, this one. Okay. Oh, how do we do that? How do we even begin to challenge how students think? Oh, what's going on here? Didn't I say that already? Oh. Remember learning cycles? We had done some in the last class about Cobb's learning cycle and stuff. We're going to touch on them, but we're going to do one particular model that would help us to engage the students, find out what they know, and hopefully we can undergo this process of conceptual change, helping students to grasp the concepts that we're teaching, whether it be physics, biology, etc. So here we go. The break, I think we can run this for another 20 minutes, and a break, yeah, I understand that you should get like a 15 minutes break during the time. I don't know what time you usually get the break, but I'm aiming for at least 11:15, 15 minutes break, and we'll resume at 11. That's okay with everybody?
Yes, that's fine with me.
Okay, all right, so let's do this. So, learning cycles. It's coming from a constructivist approach where students construct their own knowledge. And essentially, the teacher is just a guide. I have heard that over and over and over and over. It came out based on work on Piaget's own theory of learning. And out of it, they developed what we call learning cycles. And there are several out there, and we don't need to know all of them. What's a learning cycle? Basically, it's how students engage information and in a cyclical mode, try to interpret what that information means to them and then apply that information in a new concept, thus learning something new all over again. So as it says, it helps students to develop their own understanding, deepen the understanding, apply the concept to a new situation, and out of that application, they can start probably a new cycle of learning again, and I'm going to explain. The basic phases, exploration. So that's when they are thinking about what they already know. Concept development is mainly the teacher's role. The teacher is going to build on that concept. So having the students kind of think about what they know and how it relates to what you want them to know, you create scenarios or you create an environment where you can help the students to develop, build, deepen their understanding on that concept. And the final phase in a simple learning cycle is to apply that concept. Basically, like what we were doing along with Bloom's taxonomy in terms of asking those questions. What do they know? Build on that concept and then apply. So I don't want to bother with that. The model that we want to look at as an example of this is a 5E instructional model. It demonstrates the different phases as in a learning cycle, which you can read through the PowerPoint and on your own. It demonstrates phases of the learning cycle, but the key thing is that it will help to formulate and to develop the concepts in our students. So what we want to look at is what is it, how does it work, And frankly speaking, is it suitable for upper school or post-secondary teaching? Sometimes in this class, we have students, persons who don't teach at a secondary level, but teach at a tertiary level. And so we want to know, is it something that we could introduce even beyond the secondary level? All right. So what is a 5E instructional model? I actually picked this straight from of Orville, and I see you'll see the source down below, straight off Orville. I just picked out from one of the articles. I think the article is from Orgill and Thomas, 2007. So you can read through that, but I just, plucked it out. So we didn't have to go through the whole paper. But as I said, it's a learning cycle. It's based on constructivism, where students construct their own learning, as guided by the teacher, of course. And a quotation says, the 5E model provides a planned sequence of instruction. So it's planned, it's purposeful. It places students at the center, encouraging them to investigate, explore, formulate their own understanding, and then relate those understandings to even other concepts that you might introduce. So it's a planned sequence of instruction. Students are at the center, and out of the learning experiences that you provide for them, they will be able to explore, investigate, make their own meanings, and relate it to other concepts. That essentially is a 5E instructional model. Now, what does 5E stand for? There are 5 phases, hence the 5 E's, and they all start with E. Engagement, exploration, explanation, elaboration, and evaluation. Engagement. You can take a quick read on that, and then we'll just have a quick discussion.
Ms. Peter, can the first thing that you showed us, the conceptual changes in the PowerPoint, I wasn't able to open that up on my computer. Is there some way else I could?
You might have to cut and paste it and put it in a new browser. I was having that difficulty last night too.
I cut and pasted, and I didn't get the same one as you.
Really? Okay, I'll look into it during the break time and probably send you a fresh link. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. What strikes you about this stage of the 5E model? What's its purpose? What do you think goes on in this initial first stage? What's it about? What comes to your mind? What is it likened onto based on your own teaching practice?
Yeah, Samuel Dominica.
Yes.
Yes, well, I think most of the time I do that in my class. I want to know what my students know about the topic I'm about to teach. So I'll be asking questions, and based on the question, it will form the foundation for where I want to take them to. So just to know the prior knowledge of what they know about the topic, and from there, I will take it from there.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? What does it remind you of in your own teaching experience? Because, I find that especially if you're already teaching, some of these things might be new terminologies, but you're already doing this stuff. It's just giving you, reinforcing what you're doing already. But what does it remind you of in your own teaching or what you've read?
Your introductory activity.
Okay.
Where your first task or your most important task for you is actually to get the students' attention and to grab them and to have them start the thinking process along the way. To start the process of thinking So you grab them, you get their attention, and then you want to keep them focused on what they have to do.
Okay. All right. I like that. Grab them, grab their attention. Okay. And in doing that, see what it is that focus them and see what it is that they have to do. All right. So Samuel says, asking questions about what they know already about the concept that you're about to teach. And Ava is saying, grabbing their attention during that engagement. Anybody else? No. All right.
Well,
But, oh, sorry.
I'm not in a classroom, but we had to read some on constructivism, and in that document it talks about 5 steps of teaching in a constructivist manner, and they actually, I think, correlate with these 5 E's. But so engagement would be related to orientation and elicitation.
Right.
So that's the other part. They talked about orientation, grabbing the attention and stuff like that. But the other aspect is elicitation, where you try and get an idea of what the students already know.
Right.
And,
right.
yeah,
Oh, very
build
good.
on that.
Right. Thank you, Jason. Yes, very good. Because that's exactly what it's about. Just simply grabbing their attention, and you're laying a foundation for what you're going to build on next. Exploration. You see what you think of this one as a second stage. What do you think about this stage?
Linton, Atanusha.
Yes.
Exploration, as explored. That is the stage where students are given the opportunity to work together as a group and without direct instructions from the teacher. Yeah. And it's just like the teacher at this point will just be like a facilitator to just make sure that things are going on right.
Okay. When you say no instruction, you mean no blow-by-blow instruction. They're given a task, though.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What does this phase allow? What does it provide for the students?
That would probably provide stimuli to the students, use of manipulation, use your resources and all these things to get your concept over.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting that it says provide the students with a common base of activities. Remember, I was saying how sometimes we have to ensure that the students are all on the same page. You can't necessarily go in and assume that they have, you know, like going in to a classroom and say, have you ever noticed on the Kellogg's cornflakes box that the ingredients always starts with etc., etc.? That's an assumption that everyone has had Kellogg's cornflakes. And so students who have not, then you automatically, you know, rule them out of the experience. So the exploration phase, according to the educational developers, they think it provides an opportunity to get all of your students on the same page, the same foundation that you're going to build on. So you're going to provide some kind of scenario, as Linton said, allow them to work in groups. They're exploring, as Ava said, some kind of manipulative, they're touching something, they're handling something, they're working on something together, but they're all working on it to create a common experience so that by the time you hit the concept button, Because you notice we haven't hit the concept button yet. We haven't yet introduced the concept per se. All we have done is create something that would grab their attention. It could be a cartoon, it could be an advertisement, it could be just, as Ava said, just an introductory activity. And from it, based on how they're talking, from their response to it, you get an idea of what they know. You haven't introduced the concept yet. Exploration, you have provided maybe a worksheet, something that they're going to engage in, that they're doing something, and again, you're watching how the concepts are going to be brought out. Because explanation phase, the third phase, this now is where we actually link what they did in the first two phases to the concepts that we want. Interesting way of doing it. Read this and see what's your perspective on this.
Can I ask something about the exploration? Is there something to do with peer learning in there as well?
Yes, you can certainly do that as well. Or you could do peer learning when you go on to do the application part of it. So you can do peer learning there in the exploration phase or later down. It's all up to you, all up to you. Peer learning is a very good approach. So let's see if we can backtrack a little. We're talking about conceptual change and different models that can be used to effectively bring about a conceptual change. How students think about a concept, or frankly, if they've never heard of the concept, how we can get them to accept and to understand the concept. So in this phase, in this model, the 5E instructional model, there are 5 stages. The first stage is engagement. Just basically an introductory activity to get the students find out what it is that they know. An exploration phase, they're doing something. Again, you haven't yet introduced the concept, but here we are now. We're now linking what they did in the first 2 phases and say, do you remember what you did just now? How you boiled the egg and the egg moved from runny to a runny liquid form to a solid form, something like that. You say, well, that is called coagulation or something like that. Proteins change their structure when heated. So you're building, but you don't introduce the concept first up. And you know, it seems to go against the grain, because we would want to go in and say, okay, today class, we're going to learn about coagulation. We turn off half of the students. What's that? What do you mean? You know, but in this case, it seems as if they want us to really allow the students to be comfortable learning the concept, even though they have not yet been introduced to the concept, by simply doing what they had first, an introductory attention grabber activity. Then they explore something, they do something, they're engaged in something, and then you see, all that you just did, that's what it was. And then you're supposed to now elaborate, giving them an opportunity now to create new experiences, whether a worksheet, whether another lab activity, whether they're going to read some more. You're now going to build on the explanation that you gave for the first 2, but you're always deepening the concept. That's the idea. So you start with what they know, the engagement phase, listen to what they're saying, listen to the things that you know could pose problems to their understanding. You give them a task, and then you explain. It's in the explanation phase that you're going to try and tackle things you observed or saw in the exploration phase that you know are just against the concept, misconceptions, anti-concepts, whatever you want to call them, and help them to understand even more through your explanations, and allow the students to also explain what they have understood from that. And elaboration, this is where now you just go deeper, you know, whether you build some more, you add some more information. Now, as you can imagine, this takes time, but I'm encouraging you, if you do this a couple times, you don't necessarily have to do it all the time. And as a result, you get your empowering your students and giving them the skills on which to build on when you know introduce new concepts. Evaluation is really like an assessment. The students can assess themselves, the teachers assess the students. That's the key thing about evaluation. Allow the students to be able to, at some point in time, assess themselves, you know, whether some kind of rubric that you give them, something to evaluate themselves, or even as Tracy had said earlier, peer evaluation. She said peer teaching, but it could have been a peer evaluation tool that you use. But I want us to look at some here leading into the break. So during the break, you can look into it. But it's a link that I've placed in the PowerPoint. I hope everyone can read up on it, or can open it rather. But I want you to go through, as you're going into the break now, 15 minutes, scroll down and you will see different topics that might be relevant to your area. Examine these lessons. So these are lessons. They give you the topic, the objectives, and they kind of walk us through this 5E model. Look at it. Tell me if there are things that you would have done differently according to what the steps that they have there, and what do you think? Do you think conceptual understanding is being, you know, encouraged in the model that they have? Because let's face it, we read things, they might not necessarily be, what you call it now, appropriate. So read through. When I put it up on the screen, can you scroll down on your own screen?
No.
Oh, it's fixed.
No.
Okay, okay. So you'd have to find the PowerPoint that I sent you and click on the link. It's under 5E Instructional Model at Work, and it's the first one, Blogspot. Are you seeing what I have on my screen now?
Yes, I can see it.
What do you see? Biology? Topic osmosis?
No, 5E Instructional Model at Work.
Okay. So, okay. What does it say? Please move away from this. What? Why am I not? All right, let's close this down. No, let's close the current tab. I'm struggling here. I'm coming. I can't seem to find my. Okay.
I see the osmosis lesson.
You can see it?
It starts off with it starts off talking about the learning cycle with the 5Es. Then you scroll down. It says modeling the 5E instructional process, and it says biology topic osmosis.
Right. I'm trying to all right, let me just no, not you. Wrong one. Sorry. Come in there. I'm coming. Oh, praise the Lord. Where am I? Right. How did you get onto it? Did you how did you get onto it?
I downloaded the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint, and then I just put it in slideshow mode, and then you can just click on the links and it opens up.
Right. Okay. So let me do something here. Where is it? All right, so everybody should be. So when you go into the PowerPoint during the break, download the PowerPoint, just as Jason said, and go through the slideshow and hit the section that has Blogspot. I think it's the 5th, soon tell you which slide. But you'll see what is on the screen now. You should be able to see that there are 5 lessons there. I think biology, chemistry, environmental science, and physics. That sounds like 4. So read through them, choose one that you would like to discuss when we come back after the break. Everybody understand what I'm saying?
No. What slide is it on? What?
All right, so it is.
I keep trying to get stuff. I'm not getting anything, and I have 2 computers. Good, and I can't get it. I've downloaded the slides.
Right, and you have to go into slideshow. It's slide number 19.
Yeah, when I tried to open the first one, it just told me the web page wasn't open. So how do I? Oh, slideshow.
Yeah, you have to go into slideshow to click on it directly. You have to go into slideshow to click on it directly. Otherwise, you just have to cut and paste it if you're not in slideshow. So it's slide number 19, and it's the first link, not the second one. It's the one that says Journey in Tech Blogspot.
Yes. When I click it, I just get a dotted arrow around it. I'm not. And then when I try and copy it into Google, I get the web page not available. I don't know if it's my computer but I'm not making any headway here.
Let me see something. Could you see it on the screen just now, though?
I saw it when you had it, but I like to be able to get it because
Yes, you have to, because as you're all saying, you don't get to see it when you don't get to scroll down when it's on my screen, so you really need to get it. All right, let's go for the break. Those who have it, Tracy, I'm going to try and just email you the link directly.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so everyone, we'll be back here in 15 minutes, but just read through those lesson plans, 5E, instructional model lesson plans. Anyone else having a difficulty in accessing the link?
Yes, I can't seem to get it, but I'll keep trying.
All right, let me see what's going on. All right, thanks. So let me... You cannot minimize when you're recording this meeting. Okay, really?
Okay, I got it. That's okay. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry about that music earlier on. I clicked on something. Ava, Tracy's asking how you got it.
Oh, sorry. I cut and paste it, and then it had paste and go. So I click on paste and go, and it went through. I'm not sure if you see that option, Tracy.
No, not right now.
Try it again. You'll get it eventually. Try, because there's paste and go. So when you went to
Yeah,
paste,
thanks.
you saw it?
I'm gonna keep trying. Yeah.
Okay, let me know.
I put the link in the chat, so check there.
All right, Tracy, I just sent it to you directly, so you can check your email, and hopefully you can just click on that link directly.
Thank you.
All right, let me know.
The link is in the chat as well. If anyone else is having a problem.
I didn't get that. Sorry.
I pasted the link into the chat, so if anyone else is having a problem, they can see it there.
Oh, okay, cool. You got that? It's in the chat, so you can just click on it too as well from there.
I've not received your email yet, so I'm wondering if my problem's on my computer.
To myself, sorry. Vanessa just pasted it into the chat. So if you just click on the link, it should just go straight to the website. Just click on the chat button down below, and you'll see it's the last thing that was posted, Tracy. Tracy's gone for some water, which I think I'm going to do too. I'll be back.
I'm not going. I think I'm having computer problems.
Okay. Do you see the chat button down below the screen where it says share screen, manage?
Yeah, I'm there, and I'm clicking, and ain't nothing happening.
Really?
I think I have internet connect. I don't know why.
As I hover over it, the cursor changes to a hand, which means that I know it can just, well, hopefully, just access it. In fact, I just did. Yeah.
I just said yes. Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Yay! Great. All right. Thank you, Vanessa.
No problem.
All right. Time to get some water now.
I think I'm beyond water. I need rum.
All right.
Tracy, your microphone's still on.
Thanks.
Okay, we're back. Samuel, first one again. I was just reading the chats. Good to see you, Ashley. I only heard your voice earlier. Didn't have visual. No problem, no problem. All right. So did everyone get a chance to look on the blog spot and analyze some of those? Let me see if I can bring it up myself. So let me share screen, journey to technology. Here we go. All right. So the biologists among us and the biology teachers among us, anyone took the osmosis topic and would like to just carry us through that one? What do you think? So what were you to do? You were to kind of look at it. How would you do things differently, if any? And can you see how, in fact, conceptual change is being accommodated in the 5E model that they have introduced here? What would you do differently, if anything? And can you see how the concept is being developed, you know, in this method? So any takers for osmosis? Is my mic on?
Your mic is on. I just understand. I think it's time for someone else to have a chance to talk. I'll listen.
Okay, I guess I'll try it.
Is this in your? This is in your league, though. Why did I think you would have gone for the environmental science? Well, anyway, go ahead.
Well, because nobody else is taking it, and biology is like my minor. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess to me the engaging part was good. Like I think it would definitely grab kids' attention. But what I didn't see really was eliciting any preconceptions or prior knowledge. But I guess you could do that by just asking them like, what do you think is going to happen when I do this before, while you're doing the demonstration kind of thing, and just kind of take note of their answers to get an idea of, you might even need to ask them why they think what they think or something like that yeah, so I think you have to engage them and grab their attention, but you also have to find out what their prior knowledge is. And then with the exploration, for me, the exploration is like the hardest part of understanding this 5E model for me. I'm not sure if I completely get it, like concretely how you would go about it, but like, I guess what I mean by qualitative investigation of the data cells is that they're gonna have some different slides with different saline solutions under a microscope with potato cells, and they probably just have to say, I guess qualitative just means they describe what it looks like or something, right? I guess it's not like actual measurement. So I wasn't too sure about that, if that was the best way to go about that. To me, I guess they would have to have some prior knowledge, obviously, on how to do that exercise effectively.
or some prior knowledge as to what would be the impact of the saline solution on,
Right.
because it says the objective was students will understand the role of cell organelles in homeostasis,
Right.
and will be able to measure the rate of osmosis in cells. So you're right, there's a lot of given that isn't being explained to us. What did the students already know in regards to this topic?
Yeah. And then for the explain, like they just put that into the role of cell organelles. I'm like, well, how are they supposed to make a connection to that from everything that they've just done? That
only the Lord knows.
Yeah, I didn't really.
Right, that's a quantum leap.
Yeah.
Right, because what organelles would be involved? You know, the cell membrane, the vacuole. There's no mention of that. So, right, there's a lot unsaid. You know, so if you think about it developmentally, it seems as if this lesson, even though it has the parts, you know, the 5E parts, the components, we're not quite seeing the development of the concepts be clearly from step to step. And that's what we want. So explain the role of cell organelles in homeostasis. We'd have to have some more details as to what organelles, what roles, how is it explained, what role what do the students do, you know, during this time. So yes, you have really picked up on some key issues there. All right, go ahead, elaborate.
Yeah, I guess based on the explanation, again, they could possibly conduct, you know, because this is asking to design a lab. So that means they must have some prior knowledge, or I guess they would have clarified it in the explanation section. But I don't know how, I was thinking, I couldn't think of a way that they could go about doing this in terms of an actual cell. But I figured they could use something like the bag, like the sugar, this super saturated sugar solution in the bag, the dialysis bag. They could probably use that, but I don't know if that's accurate enough to actually say what it would be like in a cell.
Right. That's another method. Sorry, go ahead. My apologies.
No, I couldn't think of a way to really do it with a cell specifically. Oh, well, maybe they could do like dried fruit or something like that, actually, and you know, have the dried fruit, weigh it, and then put it in you know, in water, or they could do varying saline solutions or something like that, and then leave it, time it for like say 5 minutes, I guess, and then weigh it after that to see how much water it took on, I guess.
Right.
So something like that, maybe.
Right. Yes, that sounds plausible. All right. So do you think though that according to the 5E instructional model, for everybody now, that just working through this one as Jason carried us through, do you think that the concept, it's osmosis, that's a topic, and they're looking at how organelles, what role they play in homeostasis. Do you think that this lesson brought out that objective? Do you think it satisfied it?
I would say no.
Anybody else? Anybody out there?
I say no as well.
Of course, you're not going to ask why, but anyway. Right. It seems to be lacking. You know, if this is an outline, it seems to be lacking. I mean, it gives the steps, but there are some things that could really be made more clear. And when we finish this, I was going to go into cooperative learning, but I think I'm going to go into lesson plans because I think it ties better into the idea of lesson planning, because you kind of see that there's need for thoughtful planning. So you can have an idea, these activities sound good, but the thoughtfulness in planning would have to be really considered. All right, so who's taking chemistry? I don't know why Samuel's taking so quiet for so long. You know, he knows he's the chemistry guy here. I mean.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll take chemistry.
Yes, by unanimous decision. No voting.
Because I was thinking of physics also, but okay, I'll go for
okay.
Yes. Okay. The topic is solubility, and the engage now. I think the demonstration has little to do with solubility, because that is more of a demonstrations about acid base and salt, how salt is prepared. So I have a question mark with that engagement. So that means to engage, okay, what they engage the student with, that means they will have done acid base and salt. And in our curriculum, this come before acid base and salt. Solubility come before acid base and salt. So the demonstration is has to do with acid base and salt. So I have a question there. So what factor determine the solubility of inorganic salts? I cannot link the demonstration to the question they ask in that engagement part of it, because the demonstration cannot really answer the question.
Right. Unless it's just simply to elicit some ideas from them, saying, okay, we added this, but what do you think could? But you're right. The simple demonstration could not. Another quantum leap there.
So, yeah, okay, we can move on to the next stage, the exploration stage. Even I see individual ions and cations. That's another different topic in chemistry, because I see the exploration stage is talking about qualitative, where you test for anions and cations, and that has nothing to do with the topic. So now engagement stage, it is the first stage is about acid base and salt. What salt is produced when you mix one component with another component. The exploration stage is another topic in chemistry, which is about qualitative, how you test for anions and cations. It has nothing to do with the topic, solubility. So unless they have a previous knowledge, but again, based on our curriculum, what comes before? I'm having some difficulty with that. So now to explain, also the concept now is talking about period of element. That's another different topic in chemistry, because in that explanation stage now is asking about the period, the element in periodic table. So I'm trying to link it back to solubility. Like, oh God, what's going on? So because they're asking of family across a period of elements, that's another topic in chemistry, which has to do with periodicity, knowing the period and group into which element belongs to. So the linkage now.
I was just going to ask, and within a family across a periodic table, pardon the question, because I'm not so sure. Would solubility change within a family?
No.
No. Okay. All right.
No. Because in that stage, it's just asking how to compare element based on how they react, which is more like sometimes more like a chemical process, and there's some physical process that can go on in that stage.
Okay.
So the trend is more like I said, it's a different topic from what we're dealing with.
Okay, fine.
So the next stage, very good. The next stage is now talking about solubility, because in solubility, all what the concept is the effect of temperature on when you put a solute in a solvent. That's what solubility is all about. So I can see the next stage, the elaboration stage, fine, to investigate the effect of temperature. That is solubility, which I cannot link to the previous stage. So yeah, the fourth stage is okay.
Okay.
They will now investigate the effect of temperature on the solute they put in solvents. That's very good. Now the last stage,
they're just giving examples, I guess, different ways in which you could carry out the assessment. It didn't go in details, I noticed. So you could either determine, right. So I guess they were just giving ideas there, but you're correct. It really hasn't stated how you'll carry out that assessment. I think same in the previous one. All right. Thanks, Samuel, for walking us through that one, especially in terms of sequencing, because that's very important. That depending on how, when you're putting a plan together, you have to choose what is the best thing to teach first. You know, there are times when sometimes we're teaching something and you realize, oh gosh, I have to go back and explain something before they can understand something else. So in planning, and especially for conceptual change, it's so important that we sequence our lessons in a developmental way where we're building on prior concepts or knowledge. Otherwise, we can confuse, you know, students. Students can become confused because they're not quite sure how this now fits in to the big picture because of where it's positioned in light of everything. I think the initial phase, engagement by demonstration, by dissolving something, was a good idea. I'm not quite sure about the use of the ions and ions, but certainly that would have been a good idea. Maybe if they use cold water and warm water, maybe, and then compare, and then ask what factors do they think, and start to build from there, and getting students' ideas. So generally speaking, this one wasn't too bad. The beginning, and at least, as you said, the fourth elaboration in terms of trying to create an experiment to determine solubility, the dependence of solubility, or how solubility is affected by temperature, seem to have been good. But as you're saying, Samuel, that there are some things you think that sequentially might not necessarily be the best approach. All right. This is to get us thinking, all right? Because as we're learning this model, engaging, exploring, explaining, elaborating, we want to kind of just have a sense of how it could be done or how it could not be done or best be done. We're going to look at, and it take us from the environmental science or physics, and we're going to look at another one that is more expansive, not just simple, you know, jottings like this one. Anybody want to take any of these? Environmental science, that's a water cycle. Oh, maybe we should all do the water cycle. Don't you have a homework on the water cycle? Yeah, let's do this one. Let's do this one together. Hydrological cycle. It says students will understand the factors affecting domestic water use and will be able to design a system for collecting data and calculating individual group, state, and national domestic water use. Not quite what I thought it would have been, but anyway, let's go. So here we go. Engagement. The tour of a virtual house to investigate water use in the different areas of a house. Interesting. So it says link. Let's see where this link carries us. All right. Can you see water being poured into something on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure that we're all seeing what I'm seeing. Learn to be truly water efficient. Take the tour to investigate your water saving opportunities. Click on each. All right, so we click here and we go to the patio. And when we're on the patio, we see, what do we see? Click to learn more about outdoor cleaning, cooling misters. All right, so as a student clicks on different areas, they would see different ways in which to conserve and advise, etc., etc., etc. Okay. All right. I'm going back. All right. So they would have taken this tour. So that's the engagement part of things. And then it says, where does all the water come from? Where does it go? What do you think about that as an opening? Is that me?
Sorry, that was me.
Okay. All right. So what do you think? What do you think about that as an engagement, capturing their attention, listing ideas? Where does all the water come from? Where does it go? How does that sound? Trying to achieve this objective of factors affecting domestic water use and design a system to collect data. What do you think of that virtual house? I mean, we didn't do all of it, but.
Yeah, to me, I think it's okay because like it will open their mind to what water is always being used for and how they come and how they go.
Okay.
It depends on the context because if you're doing a lesson like that, I'm thinking about my conditions. I would probably ask the students to look at water use in their house, maybe have them plan that activity and look at the water meter, something like that, that they can do themselves and then bring it back to the classroom, like a way of gathering information. So they'll acquire the skill, they'll collect the data, and then they can use that data now from their own experiences and then use it in the classroom. But the virtual house going outside, how many Caribbean houses have patio and have the this and the fountain and have all these? I mean,
Right, right, right.
so you want
But
to make it relevant to them. I
kind
mean,
of
yes,
real.
but you want to make it kind of relevant to them and where they can actually visualize and I can see and relate to. That's what I think.
Right, right. So maybe we have to find a Caribbean virtual house, because what you are describing, it seems to me, is taking it into the next levels of like elaborate or even exploring. In other words, I think what your idea is a very good idea, but it might, I'm not quite sure for the initial step, that's what we'd want to go. That's where we want to take them, because it says it's for them to identify and collect data on domestic use. So I think that would be good for maybe later on in the lesson. But for the initial thing, just to get there, just to pique their interest, I think the idea of a virtual thing is kind of exciting. And next week, for whoever is, will be presenting on concept cartoons. You'll see why I say that. But I take your point, Ava, about the reality of it. You know, how much of that would be a part of their schema in the Caribbean, in terms of their homes having a pool and a patio and etc. etc. Quite taken. I take your point quite well. But I'm just thinking that what you're describing sounds like deeper down. You know, when we're building more on it. All right. Anybody else? Yes,
I was
Jason.
kind of, I thought it was good initially, but then I'm just thinking about it. Couldn't that be more related to like exploring? Because, well, I mean, because then they're like,
Doing something.
yeah, they're doing something and finding out new information in a sense that would
Right.
possibly conflict with their prior knowledge. Because I mean, they're not going to probably know how much water was used in the laundry room, or whatever. But once they go to the house, they explore it and they say, "Hey, well, that's a lot more than I actually thought initially," or something like that.
True.
Then,
True. Mm-hmm. That's true.
because like the test tube thing, that doesn't really make sense to me. Like in connection to the rest of it, like all of a sudden they're just throwing in this thing about the water cycle. And I don't even see how you would do that in a test tube. Like,
I don't know. I was hoping someone would help me with that one. Students would model the water cycle in a test tube. Really? Help here. I don't quite get that one either. It does seem disjointed. I'm not even quite sure how feasible that is. I'm sure it's probably doable, but yeah, why are we jumping to that? Then we're going to biogeochemical cycles and its interdependence. Wow, that's bigger than this topic that we're trying to teach, isn't
yeah,
it?
that's what I was gonna say.
That's
Yeah. Like,
huge.
that's so vague. That's more general. Like I was used to
Yeah.
getting more specific, but that's like very general.
Carbon
Some people-
cycle, nitrogen cycle, I mean, that's all cycles. And then elaborate, investigation, which is what I think Ava was talking about. Calculation of domestic water use, individual as a group, for the state and the country. I mean, that's just picking out parts of the objective and just flinging it in there and saying, yeah, this is what they're going to investigate. Things aren't quite clear in this one. You know, they're just disjointed. And yeah, I'm glad you're picking it up, because you see, this is how we need to reflect on our own lessons when we're creating our own lessons, to see what makes sense. How does it flow? How can I build on what it is that I want the students to learn? Am I sticking to achieving my objective? Because as you rightly said, for the explanation, it seems as if it has gone a little broader, a little wider than what the specific thing that they want. All right. Well, those were just some samples, and there is one more that I want us to look at, which I think does it in a little bit more detail. And that one is on the power of magnetism. So let me see if I can sort myself out, share the screen, go here. That. Am I right? Yes.
I have a question before we move on.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
You mentioned about an assignment on a water cycle and someone doing a presentation on a cartoon conceptualization. I think I
Yes.
missed when it was happening.
Oh,
What presentations?
you haven't, it hasn't missed you. I'm dedicating towards the end of the class to talk about that. But for the next week, you will have seen on your schedule where it says something about instructional strategies. And Dr. Rainford was suggesting to me to have students make presentations, not graded presentations. You won't be graded on them. But instead, persons will do some research and kind of give an idea of what it is that they found out about each strategy, and we'll have a discussion on it. So towards the end, I'll revisit that. But it didn't miss anything. I just kind of preempted my own thoughts, which you picked up quite well. All right. So here we go. This one is, let me see if this is the one. Right. Power of magnetism. I thought this lesson plan here now, which was talking about magnetism, was a little bit more to the point. So it says, power of magnetism. It's learning about the forces of magnets. And it says after this lesson, I'm touching the screen as if you can see that I'm touching the screen. Sorry about that. After this lesson, students will be able to determine which objects are magnetic, which are not. That's one objective. Observe that magnets have two sides, north and south. Predict the motion of magnets based on knowledge that they repel and attract. Then it had prior knowledge. It says no extended prior knowledge needed, though some students might be more familiar than others. They gave you what you needed. Magnetic marbles, paper clips, etc., etc. And then it goes into the lesson model using the 5E instructional model. So you have engage, explore and explain, then elaborate, evaluate, and then etc., etc. Now, as you can see already that this is giving a little bit more explanation. So for engage, it says before the class begins, put a magnetic marble in your pocket, put a second one in a magazine, and then show the students a magic trick. Hold up the magnetic marble, not the one from your pocket. Say that you can move it however you want, even through a book. Carefully put the marble from your pocket into your hand without allowing the students to see it. Set the magazine over your hand that contains the marble. Next, carefully place the other magnet directly over the first. Hold the book steadily with your free hand and slowly move the hand that has the magnetic marble underneath the magazine so the magnet on top rolls along with it. The students see magic. Show them the magnet you had in hand, tell them blah, blah, blah. No, here it's a description of how you're going to capture them, capture their attention, and it doesn't say what questions are being asked, but certainly the students will be wondering, hey, how is that done? What's going on? And she could easily, or he could easily even have a little engagement, especially since the teacher reveals that they have a magnet. And it says they will get a chance to experiment themselves with the magnetic marbles. What do you think about that introductory engaging activity? Think it worked?
Good to me.
Right. Simple. It doesn't even take 3 minutes to do that. In other words, I want us to start thinking when we're in our classrooms that it's not all the time. It has to be concept from the minute you step in through the door. We just have to be creative in how we want to introduce and engage the students with the concepts that we're about to teach. Sometimes it's really very simple. There is a lecturer here on the campus who I understand that he dressed in some rags for a class one day. He held up a placard, a poster that says "We want justice," which is a typical Jamaican setting when people are upset about things in this country. So they take to the roads, they have peaceful demonstrations for the most part. They have these posters that would say, we want more pay, or we want water in our pipes, or we want our roads to be fixed. And this lecturer knew that everyone was familiar with that setting, came into the classroom, it's a law lecture, and he came into the classroom with this placard bearing "We want justice," and started to go into the Jamaican lingo, patois, and was just demonstrating, showing what would normally be done in the street. And then he started to ask, what is some law stuff. I'm not a law student, but he would then ask some things about what rights do citizens have to do that kind of thing, etc. And he just started this discussion, and then he went into the concepts of what the law says and what is appropriate, what's not appropriate, what is, where justice can really lie. I'm saying that to say that it's the same thing even for us. If he could do that at the tertiary level, what more for us? Remember, I was asking, is the 5E model something that is suitable for post-secondary, for secondary level, for grade 7, 9, 10, 11? Do we forget it when they're doing CSEC? The idea is that students always have some prior knowledge, and we need to hook into it. Hook, line, and sinker. That expression? We need to hook. We need to bait them, hook them, and reel them in. And that's the idea of this engaging or engagement part of the 5E model. The idea is to hook them, to think of something that would be of interest, that would be catch it to their attention, but at the same time, something that you can build on for the concepts that you're going to go. So explore and explain, it goes on, very, very elaborate, allowing the students to kind of do things with the marbles, let them write their observations on the board, talk about it, what happened, etc., etc. Elaborate. This is a section here where they make predictions. What would happen if you did this? What would happen if you did that? And then evaluate, testing the students' understanding. Now, I just ran through quickly, but it's in the PowerPoint. You can go through blow by blow. But I just wanted to have an idea of how a lesson can be written for using the 5E instructional model, because it's one way it can be used as a guide for structuring your lessons. Any questions so far?
Yes, just one simple one. An observation I made that the lesson plans in the objectives are saying the students will, and they will be able to, or they will do that. And do you still do that? Because I was told that we should not write it in that way.
Right, right.
Say that.
Your thought should.
Yes.
Right.
What do you do?
Yeah, you're correct. This is an American website, so you're correct. For the most part here in the Caribbean, we've always been told that when we're writing our specific objectives, students should be able to, I guess, just to ensure that we put things in place that will allow the students as much as possible to succeed, but the chances are that some persons might not be even at the end. You can't fully guarantee 100% that they'll be able to do all of that. So you're right. We do write it in terms of should be able to. So you're correct there. Thanks for that. Okay. All right. So we have looked at what is a concept. Let me get back to my PowerPoint. Today would be nice. All right, let me close you down, close you down, close you down, keep you there. Where am I at now? Okay. Right, so we looked at, moving fast here. All right, so we looked at what is a concept. What it means for conceptual change, how we really need to know what students know first of all, hook into that, and then try and somehow engage what they already know, their prior knowledge, to see how we can convince them of the scientific version or add to what they already know. The learning cycles, we kind of just briefly looked at in terms of the basic phases: exploring, developing a concept and applying that concept in a new context. I didn't bother to go through that, or that. You can do that on your own. Then we looked at the 5E instructional model, what it is, and the different phases. Engagement, eliciting information from the students, finding out their prior knowledge, and kind of just simply piquing their interest. Exploration, giving the students an opportunity to do something, again, not really loading on the concepts as yet. Explanation is pointing back to the engagement exploration phase, where you're now defining those concepts, giving them an explanation as to what those concepts, what they did, how it links to the concepts, what they really are. Elaboration, allowing the students now an opportunity to test out the concepts themselves, asking them questions, giving them more tasks to do, and evaluating, questioning what it is that they have done. So that's the 5E instructional model. Cooperative learning. Now, before we go into cooperative learning, although I need to go to the end of cooperative learning, there was a video that I sent ahead. Did anyone get a chance to watch the video? It was a lesson that was unfolding, and the students, the teachers, changing view as the lesson unfolded. Did anyone get a chance to watch it?
Yes, I looked at it last night.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes,
Okay, great. Who was that? Vanessa? Ashley?
that was Vanessa.
Oh, okay. Seems if your son watched it too, because he seems to have been in agreement there. Jason, got a chance?
No, I didn't. I just forgot about it.
Okay, I understand. All right. I wonder if we can spend just a few minutes of it, just watching. If I put this video up, I wonder if you can hear. Well, let's go. Hopefully there's no time lag. There's no, etc., etc., etc. What are you seeing on the screen now? Something that says teaching channel?
Still just the PowerPoint.
All right. Soon fix that. Okay, did I say soon fix that? Okay. Oh. Okie dokie. Nope. Oh. Pardon me. I see. Ashley wondered, what is Miss doing? I'm trying to. Why? Oh, I see why. I see exactly why. All right. You should all be seeing. You see something about teaching channel now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So the trick now is if you will hear what I hear. So let's go. Are you hearing?
No.
Very quiet.
Sorry, come again?
No, not yet.
Did you hear anything before at all? I just stopped the video, but did you hear the video start?
Try it again, let's see.
All right, let me see what could be the possible reason.
I think we wouldn't hear it because you have the headphones on.
Right. So.
It's whatever we hear is playing.
All right, let's see. All right, were you able to hear that now? I stopped it again, but did you hear anything before?
Just lip movements.
Can you read lips? Joe, just kidding. All right, let me just see if I can get a technician to help me here. Don't move, don't move. sharing my screen. I am playing a video, but they're not hearing. They're seeing it, but they can't hear it. What do I need to do for them to be able to hear? Is that possible? Even though they're not at the side.
They can. You got to put out your headset and let them know. The audio transfer from the microphone there. The webcam has a mic as well. So if you plug it out and the audio plays, no. If you plug out the headset, the mic will switch to the webcam, and then you would have to turn up the volume on this.
Oh, that's what I need to turn up the volume on this. All right, guys, I'm going to experiment here. So I'm going to plug out my headphone as you suggested, but I couldn't understand why I didn't hear. I did it before, you know. But let's go again. See if you can hear.
My third hour 10th grade English class came completely unhinged, and I had 5 minutes in which to repurpose it. Okay, everyone, can you hear that? Can you hear it?
Yes.
Everybody?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so let's do this. Thank you very much, sir. For a teacher, some days you win, some days you lose. My third hour 10th grade English class came completely unhinged, and I had 5 minutes in which to repurpose it for 4th hour. No matter how accomplished you are or how effective you are as a teacher, I think these days are going to happen. So when they do, you have to make adjustments. All right, so a couple of things. Let's do this. Can I get everybody in here? Thank you. It fell apart. The whole lesson fell apart. I completely overshot this. So yesterday, we talked about this idea of reputation, right? We were thinking about what happens when your name gets smeared, right? The goal for today's class was to get students prepared to begin writing a literary analysis paper over the Crucible, in which they would examine the role of losing or preserving one's reputation, and in addition to that, look at including some additional resources in that literary analysis. Take out a piece of paper full of hot dog and hamburger, so that when you're done, you've got a piece of paper with 4 quadrants on it. Really, when students are coming to analysis, they are definitely having to explicitly integrate both their knowledge about conceptual understandings and then ideas. At the top, I want you to put this: the impact of preserving or losing reputation. This is going to be our reading purpose. We read the Crucible already, okay? And so you're going to be able to think of some examples. And then these other 3 are going to be some sources that you're going to choose. There you go. In retrospect, I didn't see how the packet of materials itself was a little overwhelming. When I've done this kind of bundling in the past, it's been a lot thinner. One of the first things I heard them say was, "Oh my gosh, this packet is huge."
Whoa, this is huge.
It is, so you're not going to read it all. I think I heard myself saying something like, "Oh, but it's not that bad. There are lots of excerpts." No, we're not going to read it. It'll be okay. It is a lot of paper. And even at that moment, I was realizing, oh boy, we might be in trouble here. There we go. I want you to put these in order. Which ones do you think would be the most helpful to our purpose to the least helpful? You ready? Okay, so let's take a look here. Sometimes I can see the mistake that I have made early on in the lesson, and I can adjust quickly and be really flexible within the context of a class period. Let me see, least useful. Today, it was too complex to even do that, okay? So why is Arthur Miller's, hey, guys. So why is Arthur Miller's biography not helpful to our purpose? Joe?
I don't know why.
You don't know why? No. But you're pretty sure it's right.
Sure, I'll get back.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? By the time we get to this point, I've been in front of the class almost the whole class period, and that was not my intention. I was in my mind already making decisions about what we weren't going to do. I could tell we weren't going to get in these groups. They weren't going to read as much as I had hoped. We're going to have about 1/3 of the class read 1 about a third of the class read number 4, and a third of the class read number 5. They're all about the same length. Okay. They started to chatter, and I can see that they have checked out. It reminds me that my students always tell me what I need to know. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I need you to listen up. I said, okay, we've got 10 minutes to start reading, and they just turn to each other and they start talking. All right, folks, you don't have much time. Let's get started reading. You're reading it to yourself. All right, folks. You guys are so not doing this, are you? No, you're really not. Okay. This is one of these moments where I have a choice in how I react. So I can either kind of go along with my knee-jerk reaction, which is to say, oh, they're being disrespectful, or they're not listening, or they're not being good students. But another way for me to think about it, and the way that I choose to think about it, is I've done something to make them act like this, because usually they don't. I don't understand. I don't know what big words in there I don't understand. There are big words in there that you don't understand, like what? And then there was this moment where I realized that I had completely misfired, because one of my students did start to read when I asked them to, and she read the first paragraph and she raised her hand and she said, I don't know what any of these words mean. Just everywhere. What does that mean? That's an author. Okay. What is that? Well, right here. Oh, no. And I thought, oh boy, you know, there it is. You know, that's the moment where you realize, okay, this is a great kid. She's a hard worker. She has a strong vocabulary, and I wasn't paying close enough attention to what I was putting in front of them. That I didn't create enough scaffolds for them to be successful right in this moment. All right, folks, let's do this. Why don't you come back? We only have 3 minutes. What I realized is that I opted to try to meet the standards, make sure that the common assessment that I share with the rest of my department meets the criteria of what we had talked about earlier in this year. So in thinking about the adults, I compromised the needs of the kids. All righty, I will see you later. Bye guys, have a good weekend. All right.
Okay, I'm just pausing it there before we're going to the next part of it. Okay. Have you ever had one of those moments where you're thinking, as she said, this is not happening? And as I'm especially appealing to those who are in the classroom actively teaching. Have you ever had one of those moments where you're thinking, this class is unraveling before your very eyes? Nobody? Oh my, you're all experts. Okay, moving on.
Yes, Samuel.
Yes, Samuel.
Yes. Mine is sometimes when I have to teach a topic and it's like the depth, the curriculum you want me to go to, the student is like, it's just too much for them. Most time initially they're okay with it, but when we get to the certain depth, it's like, oh God, can we stop that class?
Yeah.
So that's most of my problem. Like initially at the surface, everybody's okay. But as soon as I started going deep into the topic, like, Mr. Y, can you just... So that's mostly what I normally encounter in class. As we go deeper into a topic, some of them are just lost.
Right. And we kind of notice how for this video clip that we just saw, where the students seem to feel overwhelmed by the enormity of the sources. Remember when she distributed all of that information, but for them it was kind of overwhelming for the students. So maybe that's what's happening. When students feel overwhelmed, that they just shut out, you know, there's lockdown. Linton, any similar or any comparative experiences for you?
Well, yes, sometimes you get a lot of the students, like their attitude, sometimes like you're thinking like, okay, you're doing something that is right and you really want them to understand the thing, and the students' attitude just, they don't want to pick up.
And I kind of noticed how she looked at it. She said she could have two choices. She could either say they're not being good students, they're not being respectful, they're not doing what she's asking them to do, or she could look on what it is that I've done in this point, you know. And as practitioners, we kind of have to do that. I mean, as you said, Linton, you're doing your best, you give out your all, and why aren't they with you, you know? And sometimes we have to do some reflection. Is it something about the lesson sequencing? We know that some of them have attitudes that are contrary. We did that already in sociology of science teaching, that some students, they're just not there necessarily to learn. But for those who we want to be able to reach, you know, when we see them tune out, you notice she said she came across a student who she said is hardworking, has a strong vocabulary, but she was struggling still. So she recognized that the reading material that she had provided, she had not done her own, you know, been thorough to ensure that the information that was given would be relatively understood, and that she had not provided enough scaffolding to do the task successfully. Because the truth is, if a student can succeed at something, they'll do it. But once they think it's above their heads, they'll tune out. And then you have those who, of course, will tune out no matter what. Some of them think it's too easy, what is this, and then they tune out. But there are just some interesting things about this. She came in with an idea, and as Samuel said, the curriculum demands a certain depth. And I noticed she said that she was trying to meet the standards of the departmental, you know, they have a meeting, it says what we need to accomplish, want the students to do this. But she said at the same time, her students were suffering because she wanted to somehow try and meet the demands of the department. But it's interesting. Notice the approach. She was giving them handouts. She wanted them to read, discuss. Sounds pretty reasonable. But for whatever reason, the students found it overwhelming. Now, she teaches the same class as we do, such as different grades. So she had another class coming in, and she basically had just seconds to try and figure out what should she do to try and make the next class better. So let's pick up the story and see what it is that she does as she rethinks this.
Total disaster, and we're gonna have to fix it. All right, regroup. Oh, well, that sucks. This is one of those days where I have 2 ILA classes back to back. I have 5 minutes, and I've got to figure out what I'm going to do because I don't want to do that again. It didn't teach them anything. So we're going to reorganize here. The first thing that I did is I remembered that I had heard myself talking too much, and so that put them back in pause because I knew I was going to do something where they were going to have to be more interactive than they were in the first version of it. I need to really think quickly here about how to get them to understand what leadership has to do with John Proctor, what civil disobedience has to do with John Proctor. So what we need to do is get rid of the discussion at the beginning. Still look at the sources. Maybe not look at the sources. Let's go ahead, go to some new groups. I still wasn't quite sure, and in my mind I kept thinking, all right, I've given them too many complex things, so I'm thinking, all right, what are my big ideas? Impact on reputation, leadership, civil disobedience. They've got to be able to somehow at least see how these ideas.
So people still have their microphones on, and I'm getting a lot of feedback.
I knew that I had to simplify, and I figured that much out in the 5 minutes, but I hadn't figured out the strategy. Today, I'm going to ask you to kind of connect some other concepts to this idea of losing one's reputation or preserving one's reputation. Even if I'm going to simplify, they still need a visual in order to help them understand kind of these heady ideas. I'm going to have, let's see here, I'm going to have your 2 groups. I'm going to give each of you some paper. There, let's do this. And then as I'm kind of walking, I just think, oh yes, we're going to do this traveling or progressive concept map. We're going to do traveling concept maps, right? Sorry, I didn't give you a paper cut. Not too huge in the center. I want you to start by putting this phrase. The impact of losing or preserving a reputation. then the first layer that I'm going to ask you to do is, as a group, I want you to think of at least 3 or 4 different ways in the crucible that we see this idea, all right? And you're going to just make one bubble for each of them. Got them back into the play. Many of them had their books out. They were thinking not just about John Proctor, but about other characters.
I think him admitting to adultery was verification.
Okay, so then write that down.
A good example would be when Mary Warren turns unconscious during court.
Yeah, it's a wonderful example because she's doing that, isn't she?
Yeah.
Everybody rotate their concept map twice, and then the concept map travels. I want you to, first of all, take about 30 seconds to look and see what they wrote. And then I want you to take a look at this packet that I've given you. Now it's time to use some of these resources that I've given them in this big, huge packet. Again, I'm paying attention to what my students in the 3rd hour class taught me, which is that this is too much. Let me start with the first one. So I chose one paragraph that came from the civil disobedience piece. You're looking for sentences that you think might have ideas in them that would help you address this topic. Even if they didn't know the words, maybe if they heard them, perhaps that would help with the comprehension. And then I told them to summarize by talking to the other people at their pod. All right, let me hear a few of these summaries. Hannah, what was yours?
You have to do what's right no matter if it's against the law or not.
I realized kind of in that moment that if we could focus in on some key vocabulary words, that would be the next round of the concept map. Are there any words in this paragraph that you think might be helpful in explaining this concept?
Obligation.
Obligation, okay.
Rather than the train.
Okay. So I truly am thinking on my feet. I mean, I didn't know we were going to do the vocabulary, but I'm listening to the students. Right? I'm just trying to listen to them, and this is what they're telling me. In a different color, I want each of you to add something to one of the bubbles that's already there, and I want you to explain it using at least one of these words. Then give it a try. Let's give it a try. These are concepts, so it's not just that they're using obligation as a word. It's not just a filler word, but they're using obligation as a way to understand these characters who are struggling with their reputation. So before you pass this one more time, will you just write kind of down here at the bottom or on the side or somewhere? How does civil disobedience have an impact on reputation? Answer that question for me.
It negatively impacts their reputation.
Because if you go against the law, people normally would think bad about you. Like they wouldn't ever think it's good to like go against the norm.
Unless you're Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
A lot of you wrote that civil disobedience negatively impacts your reputation. Okay? But what about Martin Luther King Jr. and Gandhi?
It did in some ways, but it also made them more noticeable when people listen to them more.
That's really important. So they're starting to make the connection between these two big ideas. And then we will take it again. So on this last kind of ring here, what I'm going to ask you to think about is what leadership has to do with reputation and civil disobedience, right?
Okay, all right, stop it there because I think you get the idea. Okay, so we'll put Ashley to sleep. So let's see now. How do you compare her second time around now with the first time? What were some of the adjustments that she made?
Classroom management structure.
Right. The first one, she had everybody in a circle, but this time she arranged them into small groups. She called them pods. Okay. What were her thoughts as she was going in and she was creating these small groups and rearranging the desk? What were some of her thoughts? Remember, she was thinking it out loud. What were some of the thoughts that she said, I did this in the first session, but I'm not going to do this in the second session? What were some of, anybody recall some of the things that she said at the very beginning, before the class even started, the second class even started?
She was saying that she'd been talking a lot more than she'd intended to in the first class, and she wanted it to be more student-led in the second class.
Right, right. She said that she was talking too much and she wanted more interaction, and that was what motivated her to even put them into groups. Right. So she noted that she was too much at the teacher centered, and that was not her intention. Very good, Tracy. So she's progressing. What were some of the things though that she wanted to be able to look at? We're looking at principle. It's not a literature class, so you don't teach literature, but we're drawing on the principles here. What did she then try to fix in her mind as she was about to start the class?
I think she had, oh, sorry, Samuel. Go ahead. Go ahead, Samuel.
Eva, go ahead.
Okay. I think she realized that the information was too much for the students. The way it had too many information. So when she narrowed down to them just using paragraphs, they in their mind, they said, okay, I just have that to do, that to do, just, manageable pieces of work, and don't give them a whole heap of things that they have to search through and lost track.
Right. She said that she wanted to focus on big eye, but let me bring in Samuel before I make my comment. Yes, Samuel.
Yes, what jumped into me was he said about scaffolding, how we can bring them from one level to other level. So when she says scaffolding, I say yes. That if she can go through piece by piece, she will get them to where the concept she really want them to get. But she have to start from where they can get it to where she want them to get to.
Right. So kind of supporting what Ava just said, because she said that it was too much information, so they were feeling overwhelmed. But she said, what are the big ideas? She identified the big ideas that she wanted them to grasp. And then in her mind, she just wanted to know what strategy. And that's important because, as I said, for all of us, content is not a problem. We have the content. It is how do we transmit that content? How do we communicate it to the students in a way that the concept is being developed, they're building on that concept, they understand the concept to the point where they can apply it in novel or new context, and even build on it, synthesize, make something new out of it. That's our task really as teachers. If we teach math, if we teach literature, if we teach sciences, that's always going to be our fundamental task, to be able to communicate to our students some concepts in a way that it's done in a developmental way. We're building on it, and at the same time, the students can apply it and, not just simply rote learning. And she said, okay, these are my big ideas. She identified 4 big ideas that she wanted them to focus on out of this book called The Crucible. And then she said, but what would be my strategy? And that's what what we have been doing in this course, teaching methodologies. We've been kind of laying a foundation so you can see different approaches. You did the inquiry approach. Actually, I'm making us all hungry here. You did the inquiry approach, with Dr. Rainford, looking at how research supports the use of inquiry and not just simply passive learning, where you just dish out the information, and whether they get it or not, that's up to them. We then transition from that into some models that would be effective for science teaching, looking at Bloom's taxonomy, how we ask questions and how those questions can, within the classroom context, not just a paper and pencil at the end of a topic test, but in the classroom, how we can get the students start to be thinking and engaging the information. Then we moved into conceptual changes. What can we do for changing how students think about concepts? And we looked at the 5E instructional model. This video clip on lesson planning by this teacher was really a frank thing. At the end of it, you can go through and watch the rest of the video. She has a dialogue with one of our colleagues, and that camaraderie we need to foster as well. We need to be able to speak to others and say, this is what I did, it bombed, and it didn't work well, or, I did this great idea. I do that at times at my own school. Teachers will suggest something and say, I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that, and see how it works. But that really is very important. But the big question she asked is, what strategy am I going to use? I like that strategy that she had. I can't wait to use that strategy. What did she call it? The traveling concept map. Really cool. I think that I'm going to try that one. That was new for me. And it's something that, you can think of what lesson will allow for something like that too, because not every strategy is going to be for every single thing. And speaking of strategies, it brings us to that thing that I preempted myself with Tracy of theory-driven instructional strategies. Now, it says that next week we are to be looking at some strategies. We won't be looking at every single individual one, but they're on your what do you call this, course outline, the schedule. It has week 3, day 1. We're to be looking at concept cartoons, concept mapping, analogies, theory, metaphors, questioning, and discussion. And then day 2 of week 3, which would have been that Thursday that I'm still trying to wrap my head around, we're supposed to do some other strategies. Now, hear ye. I'm going to assign these strategies so that persons read up on them and just come prepared to give presentations, no more than possibly 15 minutes presentation on them. What are you going to present? I'll probably send it in an email as well, or put it up on ORVLE, but I kind of jotted down what it is that you should bring out in your presentations. Okay, here we go. For each strategy, whatever strategy you're given, you are to identify the theory behind it, because it says theory-driven instructional strategy. Is it driven by constructivism? Is it driven by an inquiry approach? What drives that strategy? What is it that this strategy is based on? Any theory at all that you know of. Then explain how the strategy works and give an example of that strategy in your discipline. So it's kind of threefold. One, identify the theory behind that strategy. What is the theory that supports the strategy, and link it. The theory says so and so, this strategy does so and so, this theory supports the use of this strategy because, you know, of the shared common features. Explain how the strategy works. So if it is group work, how does group work actually unfold? What makes it group work different from field trips? So whatever strategy you get, explain that strategy and just give a brief illustration of that strategy in one area of your discipline. So if it's group work, you're going to say that you want them to learn the periodic table, so you put them in groups, you assign different elements to different persons, they learn it by heart, then they switch around, whatever it is. You just tell us how would you use that strategy for learning one concept in one of your science classes. Everybody understand that so far? More work. I know, I won't get any agreement here now. All right, now there's some interesting ones here. You have concept cartoons, graphic organized as concept mapping, like what that lady did in the video, analogies and metaphors, and interactive historical vignettes, questioning and discussion. We want to look at on Monday 4 of these. So we're going for concept cartoons, concept mapping, analogies and metaphors, and questioning and discussion. Because as much as it sounds simple, we need to know how to do that effectively, questioning and discussion. So I like to give you the option for takers. I don't want to throw you all in. So who would like to read up on concept cartoons? Which one of these tickle your fancy so far? What is that you would like to know more about?
I think I'll prefer questioning and discussion.
Okay, so Ava went and just grabbed that one. All right. Analogies and, sorry.
I'd like to do analogies, I think.
All right, I see Ashley. Concept maps, so this is Ashley. And analogies was Jason. That's you, Jason?
Yes, that's me.
All right. So, you know, Samuel, Linton, Vanessa, Tracy, any takers for concept cartoons at this point? Silence.
No idea what they are, but I'll take it.
All right, Tracy is a trooper. All right,
Yeah.
Tracy. I might have to send it. Yes.
That was Vanessa.
All right.
You keep
No.
confusing me with Tracy. It's Vanessa.
Oh, who was talking? Vanessa, that's you?
Yes, that's the second time you confused me with Tracy.
My apologies. Sorry. All right. So Vanessa is being a trooper. Vanessa, I might have to send you some information. I'm not quite sure. I was looking through the readings that are here, but I'm not quite sure if concept cartoons are being addressed. I know that there's something on analogies and metaphors, graphic organizers, but I'll double check for concept cartoons. All right. I'll just augment the information if it's there.
Yeah.
All right.
Samuel Dominica.
All right.
Samuel Dominica.
Yes, Samuel.
Yeah, I'm thinking of graphic organizers.
Ashley beat you to that one. You didn't see her chat?
There's one thing on the list, actually, right? You didn't mention.
Ashley said, am I right, Ashley? You're choosing graphic organizers, concept mapping?
Concept mapping.
Right. Hush, Samuel. You would have to wait on the second round. So the second round are your choices. So Jason, Samuel, and Tracy have to choose between the next round. So it says demonstration and laboratory work, case studies, and technology. For example, cell phones, radios, etc. So these are the three that I want us to focus on that second day that we have yet to decide on. But it says demonstration and lab work. That's one. Case studies, that's another. And the other one is technology. For example, computers, cell phones, radio. In other words, how can we use technology in the teaching of our science classroom as a strategy? All right? How can we use case study as a strategy? And the other one is how can we use demonstration and lab work as a strategy? So, takers.
Samuel Dominica.
Field trips.
Field trips, because there are 7 of you, I didn't opt for field trips because I think case studies is, I tell you my reasoning, it's a very good tool that we probably need to use more. Laboratory work and demonstration, I think it's something that we probably need to focus. That's what a bulk of our work will be. So I wanted persons to be able to do this very well. So I wanted a thorough research on this, not just students going through and just doing something in the lab. And technology, well, that's the way we're going now. So I omitted field trips this time around.
Technology.
Laboratory work.
Hold on there. Samuel was the one who first, right. So let me hear Samuel. Samuel, what did you say? Okay.
Demonstration and laboratory work.
All right, Samuel did take that first. Who is doing technology now?
Linton.
Linton, you doing what? Technology.
Technology.
Oh, I have one. How many persons gone already?
You said me the second time, but I had said analogies and metaphors. I'm not sure if you wrote it.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. Yes, I have your name down for that. So, Tracy. By elimination, it means that you have case studies.
That's better than technology. Straight down from one screen to the other.
All right. So, as I said, I'll elaborate on orally what exactly, who is doing what again, so make sure everybody's on the same page, and I'll indicate that we're looking at what is the theory behind each strategy. So you have to do some reading and explain how the strategy works, and in that explanation, illustrate how it actually works, how you actually do it. So we're starting the presentations on Monday, August the 3rd. So I expect Vanessa, Ashley, Jason, Ava to be on board with that one. And let me just make a note to send Vanessa info on concept cartoons. Let me just write that down. If I don't, I'll forget. So when are we meeting on the second day? The $1 million question. I got the suggestion for the holiday. If I can log in at home, the only thing is that it won't be recorded. I mean, that was one of the reasons I come. So if everybody's in agreement, we can. I don't want to set a precedence here on the Mona campus and somebody say, but Miss Peterkin taught on the public holiday. But if that's the only option that will allow everyone in, some person was suggesting Tuesday. Why are you having a class on Tuesday, by the way? You said Tuesday was normally a free day.
But Tuesday class is not a short thing. It's supposed to be either for you all.
Come again, Linton, didn't get that.
No, Tuesday class was supposed to be for you.
No,
Or
listen, Dr. Platt.
You're right. No, not Dr. Platt. Dr. Rainford, sorry.
Dr. Platt.
And my understanding, if I caught it right, was that Dr. Platt was asking for a class with you guys next week, Tuesday. Is it Tuesday gone or Tuesday? Okay, what time was she was taking a 9 to 2 slot?
That hasn't been confirmed, has it?
Oh, she hasn't confirmed as it. Oh, when next do you have her? This week?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. All right. See if you can confirm with her, and then shoot me back an email. Tomorrow's what day? Friday. Oh, you normally have her on a Friday?
Wednesdays and Fridays.
Oh, twice. 2 different courses?
Same course with her.
Wednesdays and Fridays. So it sounds as if she won't be around next week, Friday. That's the idea.
No, I think she missed our class. The first day, we only did like less than an hour. So she's trying to make up.
Oh, so you are going to have her Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday next week. Ah. All right. I get the point. Okay. Because I was just saying if she's not having Friday, then I could probably come in on Friday then, but I see the problem. All right, well, find out from her what she's doing for the next week, Tuesday. If not, then I can do something from home. It would be 3 presentations, so we won't have to go the long, because it's holiday, not because it's holiday sake, but I do have, places to go, things to do, as they would say on the holiday. But we'll see. So we'll meet on Monday. Find out from Dr. Platt tomorrow what she's deciding to do on the Tuesday, if she's really going all day, if we can share the time. If we can't share the time, then we will do it on Thursday. But it won't be for the entire 5 hours, I can tell you that. I'll be at home, and unlike you all, I don't have AC at home. I will have a meltdown, like Vanessa was saying earlier on this morning with her little boy, but it will be a meltdown. At home, it is unbelievably hot. I'm kind of happy to be able to come into the site here on Mona campus in an air-conditioned environment, believe me. So that was one other consideration in my mind, that I don't think I could survive 5 hours at home where I am. It's really extremely hot. Okay. All right. So I'll wrap that up. So check Dr. Platt tomorrow. Let me know. Send me an email. And then on Monday, I suspect we'll make the final decision then. Okay. So one more thing to go. Cooperative learning. Who has heard of cooperative learning? Who has used cooperative learning? Do you like cooperative learning? Do you think there's anything special about cooperative learning? What's the difference between cooperative learning and regular group work? I've just given you like 5 questions all at once. So let's take it from the top. Who has heard of cooperative learning? What does it mean to you? First of all. So, okay, let's try another question then.
Is it the same as collaborative learning? I don't know. Is that the same thing?
Right. Sometimes they use it interchangeably. I keep forgetting that is how these educational developers are. So yes, you will see cooperative learning / collaborative learning. You're right. Yes. So have you been a student of cooperative learning, or as a teacher, have you used cooperative learning in your classes? And if so, what is it?
Okay, just not to get uncomfortably silent.
More.
I think the name would give you a little clue as what it is. It's just having students work together to achieve the objective. You have them group work, other little things to do together so they can achieve a common objective.
Okay.
I found that the older students, they don't really like it. They have difficulties working in group per se, but the younger ones, they like it. You know, it depends on how you put it across and the activities that you give them, then they more adapt to it. But as a student personally, I sometimes don't tend to like it as a student myself because my ideas might differ from others and I can be very strong-willed sometimes. I'm aware of that. So, but I work together with people. That's okay. But it's okay.
Okay then. All right. Ashley, wake up. You're going to make us all want to sleep. All right.
I'm here.
I know you're there. All right. So, but that's true. It's group work, students together, working to achieve a goal. But is there some structure to it? Do you think that there is some kind of, do we just group students together and just give them a task to do? Is that all there is? Do you think that's enough? Do you think there has to be some thought in grouping the students? Who do we group together? The kind of tasks we give them to do?
Yes, definitely. We have to be some.
Sorry, Eva, the mic went off before it ended.
Oh, sorry. I think you said that in one of your courses where you try to group the students based on interests and what is it they like and other things like that. You use different methods, or you can give numbers and whatever who they like to work with and stuff like that. It also shows them they can work cooperatively with each other, the skill they're learning how to work with each other and socially, not only academically. So I think yes.
Yeah, you have to have some thoughts and some planning in it for sure. All right. There is, let's see now. Cooperative learning has some basic tenets, and we're going to look on some of those, and we're going to look also on some, what do you call it now? Some examples of cooperative learning, because it is a strategy. I noticed Ava said that all the students don't like it. And the truth is that in the real world where they'll be going in a short while, the older students that is, they have to learn to collaborate with others. They have to learn to share ideas. They have to learn to communicate their ideas. So cooperative learning, as much as teachers necessarily don't like to do it, or collaborative learning or group work. Some persons say group work, but it's a little bit more structured than group work. We need to get students to do it more because it's an opportunity for them to listen to each other, to learn from each other, and to be, as you said, to develop these social skills where someone's idea, thought, opinion has to be respected even if they don't agree with it. And this is something that I think it's very, very an important skill, just as much as the concepts that we are teaching. So cooperative learning is a strategy, it's a tool, as Ava said, so that you achieve a particular result or outcome, but at the same time, it goes beyond just the concepts or content that we're teaching them. And Tracy is moving all over the place. So here we go. I'm going to share the screen on this. Here we go. Oh no, don't want to do that. I want to do this. Okay, so cooperative learning. Let me close that down. So I want to look at what is meant by cooperative learning. Are there advantages to doing this? How can we apply it and see how cooperative learning can be implemented in our classes? So that's what we hope to do in the next 45 minutes. So cooperative learning, as it says, that really a generic term for small group interaction, but it's a little bit more structured than just simply group work. So it says students work together on tasks that they learn from each other. It's highly interactive. The teacher just guides the process, but the learning is taking place among the students. So it's the students learning among themselves. The teacher is not the sole source of information in cooperative learning. So some features or some characteristics of corporate learning is that they're working, they're working on some common task. And you have to choose something that can best be taught using cooperative learning or group work or collaborative learning. It's on every single task you're going to use cooperative learning for. And this really comes through your knowing the syllabus, knowing your students, and knowing what would be the best fit. Even next week, when you make your presentations on the different strategies, as the courses, it's methodologies, teaching strategies, teaching methods. You'll find that it's on every single method that we're going to learn that is necessarily suitable for every single topic or task. All right, they work in small groups. Usually you can have groups from 2 to 5. We try not to make the groups too large. If the groups are too large, what are the possible outcomes? Linton, if you have too large a group, what can possibly happen to your group?
I guess, well, some students might not participate in the work.
Right. Was that your hand up, Ashley?
Yes, I was just going to say, if you have large groups, some might fade out in the background, like LinkedIn.
Right. Some might just simply just not do anything, and not participate meaningfully in the work that you have or the task you have given them to do. So usually try to keep it small, 2 to 5. Sometimes it says students use cooperative pro-social behavior to accomplish their common task. Sometimes if you're introducing this for the first time, you can create rubrics, not just for achieving the task, but including that rubric, how they interact with each other. So whether they are respectful to each other, or if they speak with quiet voices, etc., etc. You can develop your own rubric to kind of let them monitor themselves, because sometimes students are not, they speak to people and are not aware of how aggressive they might be, or how insultive they might be. I mean, in one class, a student said something to a student. He shouted across like, "How can you be so stupid? Don't you see?" And I was like, no. We won't tolerate that behavior. And he said, "Oh, I'm sorry." And it's like, he's used to saying that he's friends. But in this case, it was in the classroom. He wasn't just making a quip to his friend. He was saying it to another student who they're not necessarily friends, so to speak. And I thought that was very offensive. So we can put in our rubric, things for them to monitor themselves in terms of how they are responding to each other socially, and not just simply accomplishing the task. The students are positively interdependent. So it's not a lone ranger. It's not one person taking over the task and presenting as if he or she is the only person working. It should be students working, as Jason said earlier, collaboratively. They're working together. They should set the task in such a way that they need each other to be able to learn. So you would have to think about, how can I ensure that each person plays an important role, that without that person, the entire task won't be accomplished. Because sometimes, it is with group work. So one person does it all, or two people, and everybody just loaf it out. So in the classroom, when you're structuring your cooperative learning task, you have to think of ways where everybody's engaged. And we're going to go through that in a short while. And then it says here, the final one, let me see if I can find right. It says students are individually accountable or responsible for their work or learning. And ensuring that each one has a particular task to do is a good way to ensure that they're held accountable. So if they don't do it, then the group would have to put some pressure on that person, because unless each person does their work, then the group will fail. All right, benefits. Shared thinking. That's one of the biggest benefits. I keep telling people I love working with others, because the things they think of, the things that they come up with, I couldn't do it on my own. I enjoy bouncing ideas off others. I learn from them, they learn from me. So one of the best benefits of cooperative learning is just simply sharing information. It's a great way to find out what students know, and you'll be surprised of what it is that they can come up with in their settings, in their groups. So it provides shared cognitive set of information between students. It motivates students to learn, because guess what? They're not learning from you, they're learning from each other. And so usually for cooperative learning, you try and set it in a way where someone is teaching, someone is learning, kind of like peer teaching, as Tracy had said earlier on, but it motivates students to learn the material. Depends on how you set it up. So you don't set something too simple, you don't set something too beyond them, as we saw in that video, but you try to make it enough for them to be challenged by it, but at the same time, they're willing to learn. They make their own knowledge. They can provide feedback, so they get an opportunity to report to the rest of the class what they have done. Always provide that option. Might take some time, so you don't want to necessarily do this all the time. Cooperative learning is going to be something that's going to be time consuming, so you're going to judge what topic would best lend to it and the time that you can afford to have it done. And as it says, one of the benefits is developing group skills which are necessary outside of the classroom. And finally, promoting positive interaction between members that might not be of the same. They might not ever share lunch together. They might not be coming from the same background, but because of how you mix the groups, you allow for this kind of interaction, and it really will promote better social skills. So those are just some of the benefits of cooperative learning. I'm sure that you will have some more to add. So how do we do this? How do we get it done? Because we talk about it, we understand what it is about, but how can we implement it in our classroom? Take a quick read of that. I think the take-home point from all of this is just give clear instructions. The students must be clear on what it is that they're being asked to do. So that's what this is about. This first phase is about, is ensuring that the students understand what is to be done, what is being asked of them, clarify, and make your observations as you monitor the groups. Because don't be that teacher who gives the work and then goes back to his or her desk and mark papers or planning in another lesson or doing something else. You really should be monitoring your groups, going around, moving from groups to groups, ensuring that they're on task and that they've really understood what is being asked of them. So your role while they're engaged in their activity is to ensure that they understand what is being asked of them. Just clarifying things. So that's what that part is all about. All right. Assessment now.
Do you think we could have just like a 5-minute break?
Oh, sorry. I only had one break so far. Sure. No problem.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I really should have. All right, so let's go up to 1, and then we wrap this in the next half an hour, and because we end at 1:30. All right, fair enough. Thank you very much. I was wondering why I was feeling lagging myself. Thanks. So it's now 10 to 1. So let's give a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 1. That's okay with everybody?
Yes. Thank you, Tracy.
Yes.
Oh gosh, you mean that you're going to let me kill you all? All right, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. I mean 10 minutes. Ashley's gone. A joke, just kidding. I see you. I see you. Okay. Are we back?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this was where we were. We were looking at assessment. So let me just leave that up so as persons come in, they can just resume reading and we continue. So as it says here, it's really just talking about assessment. But it's interesting. The assessment is not just about the concepts that they have learned, but notice it says that group processing is just as important. So it says from the beginning, after instruction, assessments may include paper and pencil. It doesn't have to be a paper and pencil. It can be something that they have produced or designed. It doesn't have to be a paper and pencil test, you know, as we know that we don't want to over test the students. But it says develop a way to assess both the group and the individual. So you want to be able to tie persons down in your rubric to decide that yes, this person has effectively contributed to the success of the group, you know, or in fact, if they have not contributed to the group's success. Then it says be sure to schedule a time for students to explain to the class how they completed the task or solved the problem. Explaining their group processing is an important skill for students to develop. So the group processing, what they did, how they did what they did to achieve the task is as important as the achievement of the task itself. Not many teachers spend time to find out, so how did you arrive at that answer? What did you do? Or what was the process like? How did you find working together? How did you find having to speak out in that? That helps to break down the barriers and the seeming, the perception that group work is boring and they don't like to talk to that person and that person is too bossy, whatever. The group processing is just as important as the actual, task that they do. So always bear that in mind, that somehow try and look out for how you can determine if they're really growing and developing as groups when they're placing their groups. Any comments on that? Nope. Okay.
Well, I thought that was really significant. I was trying to think back on my experiences working in groups. If we had done anything like that before, and I nothing really stood out, but I could see why that would be really significant, to reflect on your interpersonal skills and stuff like that.
Right. Not many teachers think think about it actually. Not even that they don't think it's important. I think they just never thought about it. But it helps the development of the whole person, and it makes doing more group work a more pleasant task if persons can reflect and think on, oh, why did I do that, or why am I reacting that way, or why am I so supportive of this person but not supportive of that person? Why don't I listen more, whatever? So it's really is important, just as important as the task itself, and it doesn't really take long, just a 2 minutes or debriefing of the process. What was that process like for you? I like to ask that question. What was it like? Tell me about it. What did you feel? How was it? What was it like having to work with other students, etc., etc.? Really important for them to express themselves, maybe their frustrations in terms of having to do it, or they didn't understand. Just as important as the task itself. It gives you ideas as to how to do it better even. Thanks, Jason, for that. All right, anybody else? Any more comments on this one?
Yeah, Samuel Domenico.
Sure.
Yes. What comes to mind is looking at this cooperative learning. A lot of it is looking like what we do in the lab, because most time in the lab, students they work as a group, and at the end of the day, they have individual reports they have to write, reflection about what happened. So I can see a lot of similarities with that. And also, I'm also thinking about this. If it's possible to use as a project, where you give project to students and they'll come to the class and defend it individually. So each of the students will have a portion to share based on what is given to them. So I'm thinking of, wow, to be very good, especially when every student in each group must have something to say to the class.
Right, right. That is key, where each student has some individual contribution, and without it, the group. So the group dynamics is being strengthened because each person, you know, there's an accountability, and if they're slack in their accountability, the next time around they hopefully it will encourage them to say, okay, I didn't do my job, and you know, I lost out. So if you build your rubrics in such a way that the group still gets a mark, so to speak, or some assessment approval, but the individual, you know, that their lack of contribution or poor contribution is reflected only on them, that also helps to put pressure on individuals not to be sponges, you know, just sitting down there not doing anything. But you're right about the lab. It's really a good setting to try and build the cooperative learning strategy even more. Now, cooperative learning has what we call roles that students play, and it's to ensure, remember what we said, that one of the first things in cooperative learning was to ensure that students understand what it is that they're doing. The instructional phase was very important. So it says here for student roles to make sure that responsibilities are assigned to each student in the group. Try and create roles that are simple and clear but important. So the roles should be, if this person is to be the recorder, they're to record the information. It's a simple task. They're to write the information. If somebody's to be a reporter, they're to come now to the class and report on their findings. Make sure it's not too frivolous. I say frivolous in terms of like some teachers, when cooperative learning was just being introduced in schools, you know, they had a role for every single thing, you know, and sometimes the roles didn't have value after a while. If it was to collect the material, you collected the material. Wow, what are you going to do for the next 40 minutes of the task? So make them not frivolous or unclear, and don't make it to the point where some persons don't have anything to do or they have too much to do. So some examples are given here. An organizer, someone who kind of gets the group going. You have the recorder, as I said before, writing down what's to be done. The checker can be someone to make sure that everybody else is on the same page, that they're doing what they're supposed to do. A questioner, not quite sure about that one, but it's someone who asks questions depending on the task that you're given. You don't have to have all of these roles. These are just some examples depending on the task that you're given. So assessor, encourager, again, depending on the task, depending on the level of that you're working at. You don't have to use all of these roles. These are just some examples. And obviously, if you have 20 roles and you only have 5 people, then that can be having people double up. So you would have to work out what roles would be required for the task that you have given them to do. Some other roles, a summarizer restates the conclusion from the group, a spokesperson, someone who presents on behalf of the group, a timekeeper, making sure people are on task, a team facilitator, I think that person is almost like an organizer, elaborator, research runner, again, you can choose what you think is important or relevant to what you are doing. All right, and I think we can see that, you know, that obviously some of these we might never even use, but we're just looking at how can we assign roles to the students and make it clear what it is that they're going to do in that group. All right. And you can let the students choose. You don't have to be the one who choose. You can say these are the roles. They can choose among themselves who's going to do what. You don't have to dictate to that level. Finally, now we want to look at some specific strategies. Now, I should have listed them first. Well, one of them is called a jigsaw. Anyone ever heard of a jigsaw cooperative learning strategy? Anyone knows how it works?
I only know what's a jigsaw, eh? But
right, like a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, it's all the normally just like the like hacksaw, but it normally move up and down in cutting.
Like a who? What? Come again? Like what?
A hacksaw.
Oh,
but it moves up and down when cutting.
Okay. All right. Never heard it that way before. Right, but you're right. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, and I'm not quite sure if the explanation on this PowerPoint is very clear, but essentially what you do is give people pieces of the puzzle, so to speak, of a big picture. So it's a concept, and each group has one part of the concept, and groups will have to learn part of that concept in depth. And then that persons from each of their specific groups will go back to another group and teach that group what they have learned from their, what they call expert group. So let's see if I have captured that. So it says, defined broadly, it's a strategy in which students are organized into what we call expert groups, containing one member from what is called a jigsaw group. So jigsaw, the members of the class are arranged into these small groups. They are then so you're part of a group, and then now one person from each group will be part of a learning group where you're the expert. So let's say, for example, Ashley, Vanessa, and Tracy are part of one group. Each one of them will then now become a part of another group called expert group. So Vanessa will go and learn something about temperature affecting enzymes. Tracy will learn something about enzymes and pH, and who's the next person? Will then learn something about enzymes and something else. They would become experts in their individual areas. They will come back to their original group as experts, one learning about pH, one learning about enzymes and pH, one learning about enzymes and temperature, one learning about enzymes and substrates. And they would then teach their groups what they learned. And that's what makes it this jigsaw puzzle, in that they are the only ones who have the information to come back to their original group and share among that group. So that's why it's called a jigsaw, some say jigsaw expert group. So it then says the members of the expert group work together to learn the material and then return to their jigsaw groups to share what they have learned. In this way, the work of the expert is quickly spread throughout the class, with each person taking responsibility for sharing a piece of the puzzle. So you divide your students into these learning groups, and then you pull students out from each of those groups to learn something. So you can set up something along the side of the classroom. It can be something from chapters, or they're learning from other students, whatever it is, however it is that they learn that information, but they have to come back to their original group and then share the information that they have learned. So everybody's talking, if you think about it, because everyone has been assigned to become an expert, learning something and coming back to their groups and sharing. It's one way in which to get a large bit of information to the students, and at the same time, each person is sharing a different component of the big concept that you're teaching. So they're learning by themselves, they're learning to share with others, they're learning from others. So they're teachers, they're learners, and they're repeating the information. So the information gets solidified as they go along. It's a way, it has to be carefully planned. You have to think of your groups. You have to think of a way in which you're going to assess the groups, because usually at the end you have to ask them to share at the end. So here it says, as it says, you can give students more and more complex material to master. So it's something that you have to think about, where and when you would want to use such a strategy. And at the end it says you can increase accountability by giving individual tests, just to make sure that everyone really understood what was taught to them by students. So it's a type of peer teaching and peer learning, but it's just that it has this cooperative component where they have to listen to others, they have to share information, they have to be respectful, they have to be able to then probably you can ask groups to share to the entire class. So that's one method of a cooperative strategy. Another one is where everybody's placed in a group and you just tell them to number off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You pose a question and the group has to answer that question. Everyone needs to know the answer to the question. And then the teacher will then call any number from that group. So if student number 4 could then be asked to respond to the question, but no one knows who is going to be called. So it's called numbered heads together. It's just a term. I'm sure you have done some form of strategy similar to this one. Or you can pull out all the number 4s, put them together in a group, and they're supposed to ensure that everyone really understood. So there are different ways in which you can vary it. But it's all about trying to get students to work in a small group, teaching one another and learning from each other. Think, pair, share is a simple one. This one can be done with, as it says, think, pair, share, so 2. So this one is a quick way to probably just break something that you're doing and you want students to kind of think about it. So if you're doing a long, a complex thing like what you were saying earlier, Samuel, once you start going deeper, then they're like, oh no. Well, this is one way to break it and to bring them back again to refocus. It's a strategy in which you've put something out there, you've put a concept out there, and you just say, turn to the neighbor beside you and think first. You give them the concept, so you allow students think time. So they think through it first. It's a three-part step. So they think on their own first. Then you tell them to just turn to the person beside them and share their thoughts. What it is that they think about it, explain to each other. So each person in the pair gets to express what they get from whatever it has been thrown at them. And then they share with a larger class. And then you get other groups to then share from their perspective. But it's just a simple way to kind of break, especially a long discourse with a lot of complex ideas. And you just want to get, what do they already know? And it's a 3-step: think, turn to someone, think individually, turn to their neighbor, share their ideas, and then get them to share. You can just call on different groups. You don't have to be the entire class, to just share to the entire class, and then probably get other groups to give their responses. It's simple, easy, and can be used at any time with especially if you want to break concepts that are really long-winded and going on for forever. Any questions on that?
Can I ask a question on the one before that, or the jigsaw one?
Sure.
Is there any concern about the students giving the other students
false information? Right. That's why, yes, sure enough. And the teacher's role in moving from group to group helps to capture that in a way. Because you're going to say, but maybe when you move off, that's not what it is. So sometimes just asking, going around, just asking probing questions to try and get students to ensure that they're on track is also important. The sharing experience at the end, having them to share to the class will also help. And the teacher can also do summarizing statements at the end. So assessing, asking questions back at the end, or summarizing can be a way to overcome that. But you're correct. Just to make sure that no wrong, misinformation gets distributed out there. The student who is the expert would have been working with other students to get the same information. So hopefully with that kind of collaboration there, speaking with other students to get the information, because remember that they go into expert groups. So hopefully with that kind of interaction, if any student there has a misconception, the other students would help to eliminate that misconception so that they all are on the same page. So when they go back to their original home group, so to speak, and they go home, return to home, they would have had the accurate information. But you're correct, that's a possibility, and teachers would have to be monitoring the groups to ensure that that is eliminated as much as possible. And a way to overcome it is to do an assessment at the end or give some summarizing statements. But thanks for that interjection. That's a very good point.
Yes, Miss.
Go ahead.
Yes. About the think, peer, and share, I just want to ask, would the same question be given to everybody in the class?
Right. You can mix it up again. You can, and that's a great thing about these strategies. You can be creative. You can, they're just guides, and you can use them any way you want. It can be the same concept, and especially if it's something that is tough and you think that it might be perplexing, and you want to ensure that as much thought is being put into it, especially if it's a hard concept and you want to kind of break it up into parts. It can be smaller pieces. You can give groups different aspects of it, and then they share. So it's all up to you. You can be creative in this one, as well as in all of them, actually. So it can be the same thing, can be one concept, everybody's talking about the same thing, or you can give parts of it.
Yes, I think so. I'm thinking that sorry, the same question that Tracy had at the beginning when we started the class, we probably can give that to different groups. And in terms of knowledge question, that question or whatever, and then they come together.
Right.
That question, if you know, especially if you want to group your students according to ability, the analysis question, the synthesis question, you can probably give to your stronger students, and then you have the other students maybe do puzzles or whatever at a knowledge base. So she can use these questions now. In terms of listing, they maybe have things to cut out or whatever, and then you have 5 groups to get, or 6 groups, because it's 6 different type of questions, and then you bring them all together. So everybody get to share, and then you get the thing over. That's something I thought of.
Right. In fact, Ava just concluded the class for me, because that's a whole idea. We wanted to see this as a continuum, for this part of the course, that we have looked at how Bloom's is suggesting we can ask questions of our students. That's the only way you can really deepen learning, really. Assessment drives learning. Assessment doesn't have to be a paper and pencil, but unless you get students thinking about what they're learning, then they can just remain at the surface. So the reason we started out with Bloom's taxonomy, it's one of the simpler ways to just try and understand how we can elicit information from our students, just to see what it is that they have understood, if they can apply it, if they can, act on their own. So having done that, and we looked at a way in which we can organize a class in terms of the 5E instructional model, the cooperative learning is just one of the strategies, because you'll be doing other strategies next week. It's just one of the strategies that can be used to be incorporated in our lessons to try and get the students engaged in the learning process, and at the same time to see how we can get those same questions, those higher order thinking skills questions, incorporated in different strategies. Remember the video that we watched, she said she knew what the big ideas were. She wanted them to look at how, saving repetition or losing repetition, something like that, I can't remember. And then she said, what would be the strategy? All the time we have to be looking at what is the strategy, what am I going to use, what's the best way, after you've been armed with these different strategies by the end of next week, what is the best strategy to use to be able for students to grasp this content, this concept, and to apply and analyze and do all of those wonderful stuff that we really want to get them to do. So that's a very good point, Ava, that in the questions that Tracy had at the very beginning, that the building, you can use Jigsaw to really get, to these things, cover these material. Well done. All right. Any other comments so far? No? All right, let me just stop this. Lesson planning. It brings us to lesson planning. Planning our lessons. You did a border crossing lesson. I'd given you a template, and it's very important that we kind of have an understanding of the basic features of a lesson plan. Not everyone teaches the same way how to write a lesson plan. I don't think there's any hard and fast rule about it. However, it would be very instructive to have for the instructional strategy what students will do and what students, what did I just say? What teachers will do and what students will do. It's very important, I think, to have that clear. How I was taught was to create a table for that section for the instructional strategy. So I will say what students will do, you know, for development part 1 or whatever, and what the teacher's role will do. So teacher will organize students in groups. Students will determine roles played by students in the groups. Teacher will monitor groups. Students will discuss blah, 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 using handout, blah, 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 blah. So your lesson plans should be a blow-by-blow, detailed description of how the lesson should go. And it's very important that if another teacher were to take up your lesson plan, they could follow through. They could actually execute that plan based on what you have written. So lesson plans are very important. You have to think them through, and as you will learn these different strategies, you can incorporate the different types of strategies in your lesson plans. But it must be developmental. Your plan must be moving from following the 5E model, moving from where you're engaging the students to allowing them an opportunity to explore. You develop that concept through elaboration, you assess what it is that they have, and you evaluate. So elaborate and evaluate. But lesson plans, I think I'm going to resend you a model lesson plan, because that's very important as we're learning about these strategies and methodologies. All right, well, I think that gives us a wrap for this week. We meet on Monday, same time at 9. And Vanessa, I'm to send you some links on concept cartoons. Ashley, you'll be making a brief presentation on concept mapping. Jason, analogies and metaphors. I think there's something up on Orveli on that already. Ava, questioning and discussion. Where there's a lack in information, I'll add more onto Orveli to assist you all. All right. Well, I think that's it. Thank you very much. You've been really gracious from 9 till now. So all being well, have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you on Monday.
Okay, bye. Same to you. Enjoy your weekend.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Where do Ms. Peterkin, where do I get my information for case studies? Is it just anywhere that I just go on the internet, or is it on Orveli?
You can start reading, and I'll double check. You can just, do your own cursory reading on the internet, but I think I have some information I can load up. I don't see much loaded here, so I think this is where I have to now populate Orveli with some of this stuff. So in other words, it will be up on Orveli by weekend, by tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday? Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You too. All right.